What's up, everybody? Charlie Wilmoth here. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Thank you. Okay, thanks. CR Ajax, Ian on Twitch, and Jonathan and Melvin on YouTube. Be right back with you in about 5 minutes. Gardens, California. We are live at the bike. I'm Charlie Wilmoth. Here with you tonight for some 50 no action. This is our usual Tuesday and Wednesday game. But if you're new to the show, we're going to be playing 5. But with a $50 big blind ante, makes the game much, much bigger than the typical 5-5 game. See a lot of familiar faces in the lineup tonight. Francisco, C3.
How much?
215.
Yeah.
Is he gonna play? Jimmy.
No, I really invite him. Too many people want to play, but I choose only the more action.
You know, that was a good hand.
Kitty Quo in seat 1. We get a race here from Big John and a 3-bet from Ken.
You're the only pro.
You are the, what are you talking about? You are the pro too.
No, I know I'm not
The name
pro. I'm
only.
only my name. Only the name.
315? 315.
315.
And Ken's going to take this one down on the flop.
Wayne, after tomorrow I go vacation for 3 weeks.
Okay.
To my town. Little town and on the mountains. Nice river across in the middle of the No poker, no.
Okay, you'll be back
no
in one
telephone.
No.
See you later.
No, I go with my family.
Get this mic looked at.
my brother.
How about you put the money here and we will blind you? What's that?
That's a good idea.
But we still miss you, so you put
But-
your
but-
picture and we blind you.
They donate the money here. I'm gonna donate the money up there.
You're
Too
right.
many poor people there.
You're right.
I want to pay like 10K just to give it to
That's
poor
nice.
people.
I need the money too.
You're rich.
How do you know? You don't even know me.
You just win
Look at the
197,000.
watch. We know. You see, see.
She just win 197,000.
Is it Hugo?
Of course, I know. He's
Who's better?
I'm
Who's
greedy.
richer?
I'm greedy.
Kitty or Ken?
If for family,
For what? On
Who's
what?
more rich?
On what?
On money.
of course Ken. What are you talking about? Man is always have money.
4 players.
He have like at least 5 girlfriends. I only have 1 husband. So who is more rich?
5 girlfriends?
I don't know. I'm just
220.
joking. I said all the rich men
I-
have so many girlfriends.
So, oh yeah?
You see, I only have 1 husband for 7 years. So I'm still poor.
Only one?
Yeah, only 1.
Well, it helps you have food.
I have a
You
small
don't-
body.
you don't-
Mike don't believe it.
You don't have backup?
No. Look at he don't believe it.
You don't believe it? No, I don't
Reserve
have that.
husband.
You only like one?
So we've got a new mic, so hopefully that works a bit better for you guys. Sorry about that. This is not a replay. This is a new show for the 13th of July.
Have you tried Armenian?
Some shout outs to folks in the chat. Jonathan Ramirez,
You don't
Melvin,
have no chance because
Michael, Robert,
one time she don't like orange because orange have very small.
Yamo on
Is that?
YouTube,
One time.
But some of them are
CR
And
Ajax,
David get very
Ian.
mad. David get mad.
Rude Onry Dad on Twitch. What's going on?
Well, the Asia have a really small one. So, okay, no Asia,
Yeah,
right?
but now you
Uh-oh.
See my hands?
Yeah.
See my hands?
So a limp here from Brian.
See
So
my
why
hands?
try to say it? Small.
Francisco would come along as well,
Last time,
as will Mike.
Nick tried to show me on his phone.
And we'll see a flop 5 ways.
He tried to show me his dick.
What?
I swear to God.
Brian
he
flops
showed me
top
on
pair.
left by his dick picture. And I was like,
First
Oh
of
my god.
and then I said, oh, it's like a pencil dick.
75.
Who's going to come along
It's like a
here?
pencil dick. And then he said, you don't even understand what's a pencil dick. You don't understand the English word. I said, no, it's like, because when a man try to do that shit to you, then you just need to play the game then, you know? I don't know where he...
I don't believe he show you that.
Big John coming along here as well, and John does pick up a flush draw here in the turn.
Got so
275.
angry.
Oh my God, what?
Brian picks up a gutter. He's going to keep betting.
Maybe he's too confident. Too confident.
Too confident.
Yeah.
But one thing for sure.
Yeah, but you shut him down,
Mine
man.
smells
He was
good.
confident you took it back.
It smells good, but the size too small.
Yeah, that's
No, I don't.
Mike comes along with
But he put a lot of perfume. He said, "My
just a
smells
gutter, doesn't
too
hit it.
small."
Brian's going to keep firing at this.
575.
Hey, somebody. Hey, here.
Hey, Harry. What's up, Harry?
And that'll take it down finally.
Oh, Harry.
Come,
How
come.
you doing, man? Everything good?
Everything
What
good?
are you doing, man? You were on a diet.
Yeah, I gained like
You were on a
I
diet.
gained 60 pounds after I met you and I lost it back.
Yeah? How long are you here?
Probably more than a month because it's really bad here.
Huh?
I'm just saying.
What's up, Ryan? Oh, you got wine or no?
No, this is it.
So do you guys have another game?
He's gonna sit for camp.
Somebody told me you guys have another game as well.
Depends. Well, I don't know about never,
It's a
but not
public
today.
game.
Yeah.
It's public game. Public game.
So we can, so I can play, right?
Yeah, everybody can play.
Yeah, but
90.
too many tight people there.
One shot.
And we know 5 people.
I saw one of the people, one of the players invite me, but I know him. It's very tight.
90.
I don't know the rest.
Who's put that game?
They're gonna play in the room.
You know, here at least I can sit down and hang out with you. That's the most case.
Well, you've been first in the list. You should be first in the list for this game. This is a more action game than
So,
anything.
Ray's here
It's okay.
from Ken. Bunch of calls.
5 players? Only 5?
And Brian flops bottom set. Sammy with top pair.
Brian. Oh, Brian. Yeah. Oh my.
Ken's the pre-flop raiser, but he's wisely going to check here.
300.
Sammy's going to bet, which is okay. I think 5 ways you can defend. I think checking is a pretty good play as well. And now he's going to be in trouble. 7-8 does get there, but Sammy now has top 2 pair. Should feel very good about his hand. Keep firing at this.
610.
I don't know.
They don't know.
I just like being
They try
asked
to
and I just
get
go.
people. They just invite me.
I don't know. I just go.
It's hot in here. It was all right now. It just got hot.
Just a call from Brian.
Then I can like go back and
Brick on the river.
say hi to you guys. It's more fun.
No reason for Sammy not to think he has the best hand.
2000. Oh.
He bets 2,000, which is a big bet. And
We bought in for
Brian goes all in, over the top.
top 2 no good.
And this is sort of an annoying spot here for Sammy, who's now getting a pretty good price to call here and could think he's up against a worse 2 pair. For Brian to have a worse 2 pair, though,
26.
he likely would have had to slow play it, just check called it on the flop, which seems a bit odd to me. And if you discount ace-5, ace-6, 6-5, for the most part, then it's actually pretty tough to come up with hands that ace-9 is beating here
Me and you, big
against
guy.
a very strong-looking all-in like
We play
this.
different, we play cash. I call Gal. There's no game in the area.
Don't go
For
there.
clubs here.
You
For
know why?
clubs.
They put their player, they swap each other.
Plenty of them.
It's not
And a
fair.
very nice fold by
It's not
Sammy,
fair, you know?
who's able to piece this one together.
Because they want
and get away from a really big hand.
So the game's good. Their game's
Just a
good.
guess.
So I play a couple times.
Interesting hand.
Yeah. With Daniel?
Daniel is an okay person, but they always
I'll
support
order
their
one.
players as well.
I'll
You know,
order
they
one.
swap.
I'll
So,
Thank you.
right? But I'm pretty sure
That's
game is
correct.
good. Yeah. Good call.
Yeah. Harry, how much you sitting down for? Actually, like 11.
Was behind the window.
11.
See our chip counts starting off tonight.
11,200.
Can you call? Can you call?
Can we get the TV on?
We have a game
As you
today?
see Harry sitting down in C2.
You guys want to straight up?
Straddle?
Yeah, we do all the time.
Good look at Kitty Quo there, fresh off a final table at the Venetian last week. She won, I believe, close to $200,000.
750. What is it? 50. So.
So it appears a straddle here, and a straddle in this game is to $50 under the gun. Big John just going to call from the button, and we'll go heads up to a flop.
I got 3,000 more.
Seat 6 is buying 3,000 more. Or adding.
Harry does outflop John with middle pair.
150.
Looks like Francisco's in there too, yeah.
Is it?
So 3 ways now to a turn card. Harry still with the lead after calling Francisco's flop bet. Check, check, and Francisco's going to give up the river. Harry takes this one.
How's everything, Harry?
Good, man. Everything's great. Can't complain.
I supposed to come last year, but I canceled.
I know, I remember that. You having a good
I
time so
booked the
far?
flight and then the next day was locked down.
Oh, you having a good time so far? Like that, right?
Yeah.
And they returned my ticket.
Going back to that hand between Brian and Sammy,
I mean, I
I think part of my
20% from the ticket
my
and
thinking about
the
that spot
hotel,
from
because the
Sammy's
BI
perspective
against USD went down so
is
bad.
that
So that's good for you.
Just for 1 day.
Ace 5 and Ace 6
Everything works
are
out good for Sam.
a lot more vulnerable than pocket 5s
I'm glad.
on the Ace 6-5 flop
Indonesia. I live with
because bigger aces can make 2 pairs on turns.
125.
So I'm thinking that pocket 5s, pocket 6s certainly make better candidates to slow play.
Bye.
they have some private games where, like between friends.
And of course, Brian can have straights as well. He has a lot of 7-8 in that situation. As we see, Kitty picking up pocket kings against Big John's ace queen suited.
She knows who don't know how to swim. So how much is it?
1,000 total.
Oh, okay. I don't mind giving Kitty.
Big John gonna call here. Brian just called John's open, and we'll let this go. We'll go heads up to a flop. 10-5-3, 1 heart.
My favorite song when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah? It's stuck in
Pretty
my
good
head
flop
today,
for
I
Kitty.
don't know.
Certainly not a situation she's too
1,400.
where she's worried about much with out huge stack depths behind, and John's going to give this up.
Mike had it on 5,000.
If you're very deep in that spot, you can certainly call with the ace queen of hearts and hope to turn equity.
And Francisco's
But John
on
just
seven.
didn't have enough behind to make that viable.
You got that?
Mine didn't have 5.
John, was your ace queen suited?
Dealer. He didn't have 5.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
He was joking.
I don't have no money.
Hey, who's commentating today?
I don't have no money.
Squishy?
How much you
Oh, is that fake one?
This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you tonight. Third walking on
100
Twitter.
on top, 100 on the bottom.
C4 didn't have 5,000.
Check out my podcast, which is called
The
Third
rest
Man
is
Walking.
pesos. Not even $1.
I never see the money so organized so well.
No, this
If you go back,
are you struggling?
Yes.
Yeah, he, when he's home, he takes the iron.
Imagine if they let us play cash. That would be cool.
Yeah, I remember those old.
All
Yeah.
day?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Anybody water? Did you water?
Candy with aces.
Can I get a water, please?
Give me a second. Let me look.
Fiji, please.
Classy job.
100?
100.
Can I get a fruit?
Fruit Loop?
Yep.
You have Fruit Loops?
Sounds good.
Do you have papaya?
Yeah, 400 total.
Give me one more Fiji.
So it looks like we got a straddle.
John?
400.
Candy,
400?
400 straight.
Candy limps. John min raises. And now Candy's going to back raise.
I think they have another game outside.
Yeah, probably play after the show. If I don't go to a home game. Sammy, you staying with you?
Yeah.
You here alone?
Yeah.
So Candy,
I'm going to bring my kids, but they in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're going to go back to school. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
it's still home, I mean, still online school, but I mean, it's going to be hard for them.
How is the COVID situation there?
Really bad.
Bad, right? Oh, my God.
50,000 cases a day. And
Really?
Yeah,
That's
it's the
terrible.
worst now.
Terrible.
No vaccine over there?
I got vaccinated.
No, but they're
Yeah,
in Indonesia?
I got vaccinated in Indonesia. But I mean, the
18
vaccine is
total.
low. I mean,
He's talking about overall population.
11 million only vaccinated now.
Only?
Out
Out
of
of what?
300 million. So like 4%.
Yeah, it's nothing.
It's very slow, and there's a lot of, I mean,
Why is
politics,
that?
you know.
There's
a lot
just
of
not
politics,
enough
the government stuff.
Are you gonna play on Saturday? They have a ton.
And you know, in Indonesia, the difference between the poor and the rich are very high. So sometimes, you know, on the suburb
They're
area,
gonna have a
maybe
game. No,
nobody
I
knows
think
about
Sunday,
COVID.
but
They don't even believe it. They don't even know about there's any vaccine or anything.
Right.
Very good one. I stay whole week this week.
You sleeping here?
No, I stay downtown.
Oh, okay.
I like downtown.
Sure. Nice place. So long as you don't walk on the street, you're good.
Of course.
so Big John does not get
The
there.
vaccine is pretty good, though. The
And
vaccine is
Candy's going to win a big pot here with aces.
Fox or Sinopharm.
Oh, I've never heard of
It's
that
pretty
one.
good. Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty good. And Moderna is coming now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's coming soon.
well, I think the best.
Moderna is the best, right?
I think so.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
People say Pfizer
No
is
problem.
the best.
No, better than Pfizer, better than the other
Pfizer
one.
is better
No, they said they have problems with Pfizer right now.
for the heart. Like some
For the
people have
heart.
a heart problem.
Moderna, you don't have no problem at all. They said, I have been here, I think Moderna, and I heard Moderna is the best. I don't know.
And usually, you know, in Indonesia, the one who gets vaccine first is the elder and the people who knows, who has connection.
Okay, hopefully back with you now. Sorry about that.
I got it from my dad's friend.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a third world country, that's usually how things work.
It's safe.
You have connections.
I could not hear my own audio in my headphones and assumed it was going out,
Good.
sounding that same way to the stream, but maybe it was not.
How are you?
Candy.
How are you?
I'm good there. How you doing?
Good, good, good.
I saw Hollywood.
So a straddle and a limp here from Brian.
Without saying that?
Kitty isolates with ace-10 off.
How you doing? All right?
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Oh, can we get a, for the games? A remote?
And she's going to win this one pre-flop.
Play Saturday.
I don't know. They told me it's a very good one.
They are going next week.
This is why I come for the whole week this time.
You gonna play Friday?
Yeah.
Here? Maria Hall and Karen.
Marshall in Vegas.
Oh, keep them here.
I have a party against 300.
You guys got that Francisco added on 7, right?
Wednesday, maybe get Tyler to do this Tuesday, that Wednesday or something. Really want to.
So day videos, brother play tomorrow?
Let's
Day
go 50.
video. Really? Oh, so the two of them.
I guess
His
you're
brother's so tight. Day video.
You guys got that Francisco added on 7,000,
Yeah,
right?
this is such a nit.
Okay. Let's go 50.
Yours?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell them.
250.
So, race.
Sounds like if that's yours in this
Race here from John.
250 a year. 250.
A pretty suited connector for Francisco, who calls. Candy's going to come along as well. And that'll bring Sammy along. All the 9s accounted for. Pretty good spot for Francisco. But ace, ace, 5 on the flop. Pocket 9's still good. Checks through here. Candy picks up a pair here on the turn. Gutter for Sammy. Checks over to, no, it's Sammy who's going to bet here. I was going to say it checks over to Big John.
625.
Sammy's going to stab at this. Third club here on the turn as well. And I think with pocket 9s with the club, I like calling once, but I can understand why John folded 4 ways.
It's not even worth it.
And Sammy's going to get this one through.
King Queen is good. King Queen is good.
Pretty good spot to be in if you're Sammy.
I just think he has like King
And
King Queen.
the flop checks through, and then Candy checks on the turn. You're really the only person in the hand who can have an ace at that point.
Huh?
You growing your hair?
No.
He takes advantage and takes it down.
It was longer, but
It was longer?
It was longer.
Thanks, sir.
I mean, when the COVID started, everybody was scared even to cut hair. Want to go to the salon.
QQ Beast Mode says, Charlie, do you think 20 buy-ins is decent for someone who plays 3 nights a week and also works full-time? You know, bankroll questions are so difficult to answer without having even more details than you provided about your situation. There are a lot of factors in play, including, you know, what does your bankroll mean to you? You know, if you lose that money, are you able to replenish because you have a lot of disposable income from your job or for some other reason? Or is that money you really need? And then also, you know, how much winning are you? How much are you winning in your games? Over what sample? And what sorts of games are they? I went into this topic in a lot of detail in not the last episode of my podcast, but the previous one. So if you want to check that out, my podcast is called Third Man Walking, and I think that episode is called How Big a Bankroll Do I Need? I would encourage you to look that up.
That's your question.
So a 3-way pot here. Harry has the best of it. It's Francisco who bets the flop. He picks up a pair on the turn. 2 pair though, and a queen high flush draw for Harry. And Harry makes a flush on the river. He checks, and I think I like that. He has a really good hand to pick off bluffs with. Betting is pretty thin. If he even had like king queen with the king of spades, that would be better to bet, I think. So I like checking here with the queen of spades, as long as you're not going to fold to whatever Francisco does here.
I never play off.
14.
Francisco bets 1,400. Wow, that's a big bet. And Harry quickly calls.
I don't know what about it.
Well played on that river, I think, by Harry. He's giving Francisco the opportunity to bluff
I like you too.
and taking advantage of it
I know, 'cause when you're thinking so
with
long,
one of the best bluff catchers he would have in that situation, I think.
you get Harry to call.
I have a nice flat, but you have bigger.
My target was up to
And we
3,500.
played before last time, 4 years ago.
Anything a little more than
So
3,500.
let me if you want to, but
I was gonna make a
I was
call.
smaller.
No, you
And
have
then
to.
cry later.
Yes, I've only
How
played
often do you come over here?
usually once on once.
I knew I had a spade. I 90% I had a spade. I'm like, you know what?
I was supposed to be here last year.
I'm just gonna check back here and then look based on the bet. If I have a spade and which one it is.
You got it. Tomorrow, how long is the label? Francisco?
20 minutes.
2.
It was fast.
Well, yeah. Gonna be around 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Sammy, did you eat today or not yet?
I ate
What'd you eat?
Panda Express.
Race here from Candy. A couple more calls.
Walnut prawn.
Panda Express? Seriously, man?
I just ate that protein.
You're in Los Angeles, out of all places in the world, you fucking eat at Panda Express?
They open one in Jakarta, it's called Monkey Express. They copycat.
I remember that.
Checks to Mike, who's going to take it down with 6 high.
Fucking Panda Express, bro, really, bro?
555.
Did he take you to
Because
fucking
of
Panda
Ken.
Express?
Yeah, because of Ken.
He's an idiot, I'm gonna be sorry. How the fuck did you end
He
up
called
at
me like
Panda Express?
12:30 and said, "Oh, let's go eat first. 2 p.m. is already, we need to be here already."
Shout outs to everybody in the chat.
I mean, they
Jesse
have
May.
food here, why
Not the
they
real
don't
Jesse
do
May, I
that?
assume.
No, in here it's very hard to.
Justin C.
Why? Yeah. Just have one of the four.
Nick from
I
Yuma.
think we have trouble yesterday on drink from the
Hattie just
Bill Weber. What's going on?
Hattie will do it for you.
Good service. Yeah.
Hattie's awesome when it comes to that. Hattie's the best. I love Patty. Me and Patty go way back.
Francisco with aces here.
Not like that way back. We go way back. I know her since I started playing here. She was a young girl.
150.
How many-
Beautiful. I mean, she's still beautiful.
How many years has she been
She
working
was
here?
even more beautiful. Huh?
How many
Call
years
here
has she been
from
working here?
Big John.
I started playing here since 2000.
Not sure if John has added on.
At least 20.
Yeah.
It looks like he did not call, which makes a lot more sense. And it seems like Francisco's going to take this one down
You guys eat
pre-flop.
I was playing here
Just
when
too bad.
Buckman and Nicole used to
Play as
play.
many hands as Francisco does. You deserve to get a little bit of action with your aces, I feel like.
They went and stole them special for you.
Dude, I can't fucking, this looks beautiful.
Why you keep saying?
I want to get it.
Don't say.
He's gonna have nightmares.
Harry, it's yours. Harry, it's your straddle if you want it, bud.
Yeah, but like me, all the time you say, hey, you have it. No, but it's yeah,
I just let him know it's his turn if you want.
Calling from
yeah, okay.
calling with 9-6 off for 20% of your chips pre-flop. Generally not advisable.
50's good.
And Big John did not do that, fortunately.
Nick used to do that I feel like, hey, stop. What? But he do it with intention. You know?
No.
No, I know you don't do it, but it's okay.
Bunch of limps here.
Bank breakdown. Golden Sachs.
So who's playing tonight? Basketball?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 6-way pot.
Go ahead, sorry.
Why not?
No game
No
tonight?
basketball tomorrow.
NBA is tomorrow, right?
6 players.
NBA is tomorrow.
So the nut flush draw for Candy. Bottom 2 for Brian, who only has 37% of the equity 6 ways. Francisco bets. Mike has top pair and calls.
Someone said, not on my watch.
Spicy. How much is it?
9.
Just a call from Candy, and Big John has top pair as well.
He said he can't.
5 ways to the turn. This is almost like a PLO hand.
I tell it. You asked for him.
I didn't ask for him like that.
You asked me, bring your neighbor.
Brian, just for the record, I just asked if you were playing.
I wasn't coming, and he's like, oh, Harry called you a pussy. I'm like, all right.
Oh my God.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so Brian races it up to 900 here,
Yes.
which makes a lot of sense, given the fairly small size of Francisco's bet and the long string of calls afterwards.
It's a good bet.
Candy folds the nut flush draw. Wow. And Big John very short, but gonna have to fold
Queen 3? Yeah.
the ace-8,
Yes.
correctly so.
What? What's Queen 3?
Two pair.
Oh, two pair, yeah.
And a $1,700 pot for Brian.
You make a big count fold ace?
He's queen.
I got ship and chips. Thank you.
Double, triple, or quadruple up.
You guys still have your palm deal game or no more?
Yeah.
Yeah, Frontier change.
Oh, no, we're talking about something else.
Thursday.
There's, oh, you guys switched?
We do
It was on Mondays, right?
We are live here tonight,
We do it.
July the 13th. It's great to have you with us.
Where's Guido lately? I haven't seen him.
See so many live at the bike favorites going at it here tonight in this 5-5-50 game.
Who's Guido? Are you talking about Weirdo?
Who's Guido?
Who are you talking about? Weirdo?
Weirdo?
350.
Weirdo?
Limp from Mike.
I'm gonna live that down.
Candy makes it 350.
350 to go.
Three.
350.
Brian comes along with 8-6 suited on the button.
Have a medium?
Nine more.
Francisco
1250 total.
putting in the re-raise. It's pretty small.
Random dealer.
See what will come in.
I think I prefer a call here with his hand.
Not even 1 hour.
Woo!
He doesn't take nothing personal. He knows me. Just talking.
Candy
I like here. People pretty here.
should continue here, but we'll see what she decides to do.
Can I just live here?
Well, you can stay here, then you don't show your face.
No. Yeah, I will show my face, but after like a COVID-19 getting stable.
You gonna do a preview of your face after COVID-19?
A face reveal.
Or face reveal? Well, nothing wrong with being
And
extra
then
cautious.
it's also so good when you bluff.
And Candy
Nobody
does call, it
Nobody
appears.
know you can't hide in your face. How good will be?
Warmer, older glasses.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I like it to cover face. So comfy.
So does Brian. So
Shot, huh?
already almost $3,000 in this pot, and we're headed to the flop.
I have a shot. I have a 2 shot.
Oh, you must be
King 5-4, gutter for Brian.
no shot with that.
Because I heard the CD
Not a bad flop for Francisco's range at all. We'll see if he wants to continue here.
CVS?
CDC.
Oh, CDC.
Yeah, they said that. I know people hate it.
Nothing wrong with following health guidelines. If it wasn't for health guidelines, people used to die when they were 32 back in the day, you know? Before there was. There's so many different types of diseases. We're killing people at a young age.
16.
$1,600. So about half pot here from Francisco. This is a brute force kind of bet that
I have like,
really puts Brian's exact hand in a tough spot
He's got about 7,500.
But did you watch?
like seven.
and illustrates the perils of calling big 3-bets with 8-6 suited.
Right by 7.
He lets it go,
638.
and
Oh my
Francisco's going
God,
to get this
I wanna
through.
see it. Oh, God, I break out. Thank God I folded at 6-3.
I thought I had one.
Wow.
Maybe just have ice cream.
Bravo, she doesn't have a mic. That's the other one I spade. It's not check raising at
Light
all.
love.
I love it. I live for bluff.
You call all in by check raising below? It's tough, right?
Nice spot for Candy,
I had 18.
who
Oh, yeah, you're
plays her hand
I
pretty much correctly, but just gets no help whatsoever on the flop,
I believe him, actually.
and is forced to fold the best hand.
Oh, yeah?
What do you say? Yeah.
It's a sneaky face. You see
Huh?
the sneaky face?
I probably have ace king.
What about Lee?
He showed him.
Probably.
Probably.
Maybe
She does pick up king queen here though.
200.
Raises.
What do you got there? Pocket nines back to back?
Where did that come from?
I don't know.
Where did you get
I
pocket
just
knives?
thought maybe you had pocket nines last hand.
No.
Harry, you want to give me
Far
five?
from.
And
Whatever you
she'll
like.
take this one
What I
down
want,
pre-flop.
right?
I don't like that kind of thing.
Whatever floats your boat, buddy.
QQ Mode says, how often can we 4-bet Francisco?
I don't like any chip when it's just one. You know?
I think there are
Oh, well.
maybe people who play with Francisco regularly who would have a better answer to this question than me. But I'm going to do it quite linearly, which is to say, only with really good hands, probably,
So one sort of look low, most scared.
or mostly with really good hands.
Unless you're playing a really
And
good
I don't
game. If
think
you're playing like
Ace
above
Queen rises to that level. I don't think if you get in however much Candy had, $6,000 with Ace Queen there and Francisco's calling it off, it's an especially good spot. And I don't know that it's doing super well.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, Ace Queen suited plays very well post flop.
This is disaster.
By calling with it, you keep in
No, I don't want this.
hands like Ace 9 suited that Francisco has that you dominate, that we're messing around, and don't force those hands to fold.
You're gonna drink, I'll drink. You want whiskey?
I think that when you 4-bet it, you
They have a bar.
force Francisco to just continue with hands that you're in trouble against, or not doing that well against. So a call here,
350, 3 players.
raise from Francisco, I believe, and we're going to go 3 ways here.
So how long is the day change? 1 hour?
So
Candy flop's the best of it, but no one should be in love with their hand.
it's me, but they're gonna have somebody come in every hour 20 and give me a 40-minute.
Not that bad.
No. We're waiting for you, Francisco.
Michael partied too hard yesterday.
Chad Jones says, please don't assume that everyone is reading the chat if you're going to answer a question from the chat. I believe I said who in the chat asked that question and said their name and read the question. Apologies if I didn't. Trips here on the river for Candy, who's going to
Bad fold.
bet this one small and win it.
was this?
this weekend. And
Oh, really?
he win
Okay.
135K and UPA.
It's funny, the line is 5-5, but the schedule
Oh,
is
yeah? Was Royal Flush or
Yes,
something?
5-5-50.
What'd you win on a Royal Flush?
Stupid
On
game.
Texas
huh?
Hold'em?
I mean, the numbers just, yeah.
If you want to play on Live at the Bike, especially if you want to play on our Friday games, those are our biggest games here on Live at the Bike, email Wayne Chung at wayne@liveatthebike.com
Nice, man.
and let him know your poker background and what stakes you're interested in playing.
Left straddle 50.
Chad Jones, all good. Maybe I made a mistake. I can't remember. I think I got it right, but maybe I didn't.
Yeah, that is, it is hard to win that much when you're just winning.
Ace King here for Kitty.
Well, I never liked that game.
I think this one's not.
8,000 was the most you won in one hand.
Yeah.
Oh,
120, 20 on a 4 of a kind
Say
the
again?
day before.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, Kitty? I can't beat.
But no, you just won 120K at the win.
I think he was.
I'm not sure if there was a limp or what. There must have been a limp. And she raises it up with Ace King and
Then I'll go get some more.
takes it down pre-flop.
John, you tied
And
today.
the 5K, don't get
You tied today.
not 6.
How much?
No, I don't have it. I'm trying to get this in, then I'm gonna go get some more chips.
Tomorrow we have another
And
day.
Ted finished in 75.
Oh, yeah?
Well, when I left, it was 4 women left, right? Kitty, and
Five.
then
5 women.
5 women left.
How much you got? You cash?
A little bit, not
Like,
probably.
out of how many people?
11-9.
How much they give you, Candy? How much they give you?
Not too much.
What was your chip average?
12,300.
Not that much,
No,
eh?
not that much.
Top 3.
For making it that cheap.
That sucks. And you got it 6?
$5,000. You better
Shout out Venny VD. I commented. It's a great screen name.
Give it also a hand. When I go final table, I'm like top 3.
My Bleach House Royal
Like 22, 8.
Metal Doctor. What's going on? Limp here from Harry.
It's very hard to get.
250.
Very, very.
Nice hand for Sammy in the blinds. He raises it up.
One day we're going to be in the final table, Kitty. You for sure. For me,
Harry just
it's very
folds.
hard.
Wow.
Patience.
I need learning skill more.
No, you don't play enough. It's halfway. If we don't play enough, if you don't go like Maryland, you don't go East Coast, you don't go Florida, it's not enough for you.
Yeah, you're right.
If you only go Vegas, you don't play that much.
Yeah, the more you play, more skill
Yeah.
you get. That's right. That's right.
I'm pretty sure if we play more, you will find table more.
Because he always makes it pretty deep too.
Yeah.
Francisco is a great tournament player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. 3 months ago, I win first place in cover. 30K, small.
Yeah, you told me.
But it's very hard.
Left straddle.
Wisco Baron says, I emailed Wayne and his response was handsome. Not sure what that means.
Yeah, you're right. More like
I would suggest you go to Agros in Florida.
maybe I'm going to start doing more because I don't have nothing to do.
Are you going to Choctaw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking. I want to go.
So a min raise here from Francisco. Calls from
Some of my friends.
Sammy and Brian, who's getting a ridiculous price with a very bad hand.
I work out 2 hours every day.
Oh yeah?
Sammy flops the best of it,
What do you call it?
Did you go
But-
to hotel?
No, I haven't decided yet.
pretty hard to continue,
Early because of hotel.
pretty hard to stand up to much when
What you guys said? What you guys said? What you
the
guys
pre-flop raiser is betting there and you don't have a backdoor flush draw or all that much going on. He lets it go, and Francisco's going to take this one.
600K.
It's a good tournament.
All the places people going.
When?
23rd, July 23rd.
You have to drive like an hour and a half.
But it's the
Dallas.
most main event because of all the places people going.
Yeah, I'm going to be back.
They only have one tournament,
Yeah.
but the first prize is
I've never
600K.
been there, so,
Yeah,
but
for
I
3
did
weeks.
hear it was
Oh,
out
really?
in
Wow.
Belize.
Nice.
You've been there before?
Never.
Me either.
I'll probably not like it, but.
You better take your cowboy boots and your.
I already have my cowboy boots and my hat.
Bill me up.
Okay. 150.
Where are you going, Harry? Smoke?
A limp here from Mike.
You want to smoke? You don't smoke.
I smoke.
Yeah, come on. Or you want to wait till you're,
It's okay.
yeah? All right. You wanna leave
A
your
race
bag
here
there?
from Candy over Mike's limp.
Let's see what else we're supposed to get us a drink.
It's pretty small.
4 players.
Let's go there. Let's walk over there first.
John comes along.
This year in the main event, I'm going to play more tournaments.
Yeah, you should. It's a really good one.
And so does Kitty in the straddle.
15 days, but I want to go before.
I believe the flop checked around.
The chata is very good.
Yeah, but
It's an 8-high flop, and Candy has the best of it. Excuse me, Kitty has the best of it.
It's,
My wife,
yeah, but your husband not going, you can go yourself.
I wish, dear.
I will fly from here. We can
She
go
bets and will win it on the turn.
My husband will not leave my side.
no,
He's glued to the hip.
usted no debe ir si no va a su esposo porque se hallan muy bien para andar.
Am I?
Yeah.
Y si va y no va él, yo creo que se va a sentir.
Oh, no, nunca.
Y luego él, es que es importante porque una mujer que esté ahí que nunca se separe de él.
Oh, yeah, no.
Los dos se hallan.
Nunca andamos.
Y él también juega poquito. Él también le gusta jugar y.
He's a good tournament player.
Yeah.
And, you know, he just needs patience, more patience. But,
Okay. Dice que usted tiene la paciencia.
yeah.
On star,
He'd
right?
rather
Yeah.
play
Yeah.
cash.
Who knows?
No, it's. We want to fish in the strata.
I don't understand. Why we paying 5,
425.
50 and 50 straddle?
For what?
Let's go paying 25, 50
Also the same thing.
No, because it's different. Because the 11.
So Big John's all in here with ace-jack suited.
So
We
it-
change it with more action for the table.
This is no option, man. 5, 5, 50, and 50. This is no option.
And
it's similar to
no
25,
action.
50, but it's different because people think they pay the $5.
Lord should again.
There'll be more action. Once I double up, we're gonna get more chips.
There you go.
Francisco.
I don't like to play
You
short.
got fi- you got five
I don't like to
mistakes?
play short stocks, guy.
No, I
What
don't.
God says?
I don't like it. I don't want to, I just want to
It's
get rid of
easier.
it or double, triple
Hey,
up.
Big
and
John.
then-
Easy
What
to
God
play
says?
short
I don't like to play short
All
stocks.
in or full.
Oh, yeah, remember?
No stress.
I was thinking and laughing.
Gar got pretty pissed off when he doubled me up, and then he was bitching because I was
He
short
only did
stacked,
a
and then I had a lot, and he doubled me up again.
He's dealt the game before. He's good.
So I went from like 2K, 2,400, I was down to.
Claro, big
People
man.
Then I had
underestimate
like
short
9,
stacks.
Don't be a pussy. Don't be gandon. Use gandon.
Don't underestimate the short stacks.
Never. Short stack is more dangerous.
No straddle on this hand.
One, rice.
Un día la vamos a invitar un jueves para Ante game. Oh, ahí sí, ahí.
Limp from Mike. Raise from Big John. I believe he is still very short.
Get on in there.
So this is about a third of his chips.
Va a ir muchas acciones.
Brian calls and has John in bad shape. Especially now on this flop. Still don't know what Mike has.
Remember, tell them bonus call. WPP 21.
They're not taking it anymore.
Oh, really?
Big John checks the flop,
Yeah.
I'm lucky.
For those
and
days,
Brian's
I
gonna
think
win
for
this
days,
one.
I think it was like $1,700.
I book like 3 nights and 700.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you got a good deal. But right now they're not accepting.
Yeah. 1,700 is so expensive. I hope a cash game will be good because a lot of cases people going. Cash game will be great. And they're boring, they have stuff inside casino. It's not boring. It's fine.
Came in 20th place, Francisco.
Huh?
Came in 20th place. In the shooting competition.
20?
Out of well now round 40.
So, wow, I can't believe it. So I don't even try. I only put Jesse.
No, you should try.
Yeah? It's fine?
50 minutes.
Okay.
But don't worry about it.
Doing the big.
You come in 20, you're...
My accuracy was best. My time was, as far as doing the course, I just kind of went not really fast.
Okay. How many people?
There's 5 stages, and there was 10 in each stage, or something like that.
You got the cost.
Check. Let's go.
Oh, bid $5.
No.
Big Swag Shack asks, what is the rake or time for this game? I can't tell you exactly. It is a raked game, not a timed game. And it is the standard
No, he's the big one.
bike rake, which I'm going to get wrong if I try to say it, but it's a flat drop on the flop. $5 or $6 or something like that, and then $1 on the turn. Mike here with Ace King.
Oh, only 200 more.
And
How many people competition?
There was probably
plays it slow to this point and gets John to go all in with just a jack.
5 stations, and there was
But
like 10 in each station.
But John makes 2 pair on the river and gets there against Mike's top pair, top kicker.
It was funny, I looked at it and started laughing. That was comical.
You have flush draw?
Jesse will really like it. You'll like it too, though.
Okay.
You see? Now it's getting
We're gonna get some momentum going, and then I get it up there big, and then
Let's go.
all in for 300. Even worse come when we start getting
You see our chip counts here tonight.
23rd?
23rd, huh?
It's a day 1A. So next Friday. So I will be here for live by Tuesday, Wednesday. So we can fly here on Friday 6 a.m.
You're going to Dallas?
Yes.
Okay.
We fly Friday 6 a.m. We arrive 11:13. So we can take
Which
over.
airline?
Airline. AA.
Oh, American
Yeah,
Airlines.
yeah.
Okay.
We go 6 a.m. So we don't need to stay
Yeah,
overnight.
yeah. Time difference too. It's later over there.
And we can get it right here.
Raised to 50 from Big John, who has been quite active lately despite being quite short.
150. 450.
I think John might be in the straddle, although I'm not sure. So this should be a 3-bet from Kitty.
Mike, tomorrow gonna be there. The city.
And she'll go heads up to the flop against Brian. Kind of an action flop, middle pair, and a straight draw for Brian, and overs and a flush draw for Kitty.
But the table is full already.
Oh no, I cannot come tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Wednesday, right? I cannot come Wednesday.
She's going to go ahead and bet here.
If it's still a bit later, I come.
Yeah.
And Brian calls. Kitty picks up a double gutter here on the turn. Interesting card. It's a card that should interact decently well with Brian's range as well. 10-8 suited gets there, Jack-9 gets there, and so on. And Kitty makes the nuts on the river. It's a very well hidden nuts as well.
900.
Brian's going to bet here. This is a hand that in his shoes I'd be probably checking and trying to take to showdown, but he's, I think, blocking here. Betting about a third of the pot, and Kitty just jams it all in, which is a good play certainly, but isn't going to get any more money out of 8-7 in that spot. So a pretty nice pot from Kitty, whose 3-bet with King 10 suited pays off after she backs into the nut straight on the river.
When you're leaving. You're leaving already this weekend?
The Mad Daddy on Twitch says, all in is a little greedy, no? And I think it certainly is greedy. I don't think, I mean, as Gordon Gekko said, greed is good, right? And I think that this is a spot where greed can be good, because when you have King 10 suited, it's the nuts. You also unblock all kinds of other really strong hands. I guess you do block 10-8 suited. But when you have the nuts, and you have the nuts in such a way that it's both very well hidden and very possible for your opponent to have lots and lots of strong hands, I think that's a good spot to go very big with your bet sizing.
You finished your
Dennis S., thank you for the $5.
Probably week on one
So
and probably
Candy bets this flop. Brian calls and makes 2 pair on the turn. Candy does double barrel here. I think this is a card where I would probably give up in her spot. The Jack gives Brian all kinds of 2 pairs and straights and pair plus straight draws that he will not fold. Goes check, check on the river after the front door flush draw comes in. I think Brian can consider putting in a value bet on the river, but it is pretty thin and wouldn't have mattered in this case. And he's going to take it down.
It's got to be the best feeling to hear when you cover your hand. Your other person go, whoa. Oh, cool, I did.
I don't hear that.
Your battery's saying, whoa, not good enough.
That's all I hear is, I usually hear all in.
My husband has it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You have Bitcoin, right? Big time?
What's that?
You have Bitcoin. How many?
We have like 90K in there now.
Or 90K, like.
Last
maybe-
week it was
But
180.
but it was, yeah, but it was.
Oh, I didn't see my hand. That's too late, right?
You can definitely shut them out.
Now that you've looked at your hand and folded.
Fat Bob Records says, do you ever put on PLO or 8 game or anything that isn't Hold'em? We have in the past, have not done so recently, and I think that the reason has to do with those hands being, or those game types being difficult to televise and difficult to watch on video. But I'm sure that's something that Wayne will keep in mind, as he's a fan of a lot of other game types. So Brian with the best of it here.
You ever played any house level casino?
And he'll win it with a bet here on the turn.
I come here because I support love the bike. Because I can play private game in Vegas. I don't need to fly here. I have a good game here.
555?
But the problem I come here because left the bike was nice to me. So it's like support it, you know. But I'm also go to Texas. They have Austin. They have a live stream, so I'll play there too.
If we start running PLO games or some other type of game, I cannot commentate. Unfortunately, I'm a bit of a PLO fish. Tried to learn the game while casinos were shut down over quarantine, and did not have the easiest time with it.
One chip? What that mean?
Francisco gonna limp with a really good suited hand here.
Almost one chip call?
One chip, it's a call. The reason I was confused is because he has a yellow chip.
Raise from Mike.
You put 50 blind, right?
Oh, no.
Oh. No, whatever, I did it already, I'm sorry. No, I think it's 50.
Put that 50.
Ah, that means you want a raise.
You will figure
It looks like he just limped, actually.
Whatever you want. Wait, 50,
It's a
one,
call,
whatever.
it's a
It's good, okay, whatever. I
It's
don't
too
care.
much. There's been
That's
too
why
much
I'm telling.
4 players.
And I think we're going to go 4 ways to this flop. Mike's 6 is still the best hand. He's going to bet very small, which I think makes his hand look like what it is,
Somebody give me 10. You know?
but does get a bunch of overcards to fold. Mike fires very small again on the turn, and this time Francisco lets it go. And Mike's going to take down one of the smallest pots you're probably ever going to see in this game.
Anybody here invest in stock market?
The market is slow.
I know it's bad right now. It's been bad for the past couple of weeks.
Do you been investing in stocks? We're soon, I think, gonna blow.
I hope not.
Less than 1 year. Oh, right now,
Yeah, it's been bad
too much.
this
It's
too.
very, very high.
2-3 weeks been bad.
I only invest in poker.
Oh, 3 weeks go down.
I mean, some
rather
have been
gamble
really
with the money
good,
in
like
front of me.
AMC and GameStop and some other ones, but
50.
So a call here from Mike, raise from Candy, and 3 calls. I think in Kitty's spot, out of the small blind with Jack-10 suited, you can consider 3-betting, since Candy's sizing pre-flop does not indicate strength to me. But calling also certainly seems fine with the ante out there. Bet from Candy, who has top pair on the flop, gets 2 calls. Brian also with top pair. Kitty with overs and a gutter.
$275.
I've heard that one of the new stocks is Walmart.
And she's going to bet again. Brian going to raise here, which is curious, especially since it isn't a small raise that would fold out over cards and get him a cheap river. Instead, it's a pretty healthy raise. And it would seem like he's raising for value, but I don't know that he's getting much value with this raise.
Losing money while you smoke.
I was a long smoke with Harry.
Candy is going to continue here, which seems good. And 4 on the river does bring him backdoor hearts. And Brian now going to check it back, and Candy takes this one down.
It's been 4 years, I haven't met him.
I thought you were protecting an 8. I go, I have a good figure.
Raymond Thompson says, I would love to play with y'all. Is it invites only? The lineups that you see to start the day are invite only, and if you want one of those invites, email wayne@liveatthebike.com. Let them know about your poker background and what games you'd like to play.
You want to keep doing this trial, but Mike keep wants it.
And if that doesn't work out, you can also just come to the bike, and there's a wait list for seats that open up during the game that anyone can hop on.
No trial, no outcome for the table.
That's shut off there.
So a straddle here. Big John calling with 4 deuce suited. Brian calling with a monster 6 deuce suited.
Not today. I got very sick today. Can you play like tomorrow? Are you gonna play tomorrow?
No, I'm not gonna play tomorrow. I have some.
That'll bring Candy along as well. Sammy checks his option.
I'll get.
No, you don't have to. I don't need
And somehow nobody in his hand has a 3. I don't know how that's possible.
Ken, did you get one bottle?
100.
I'll get another one.
Ace-9, still the best hand.
Let me see what's the bottle.
just a poke on me.
Oh, that's not true. Sorry. Pairs of deuces for John and Brian. And John bets, Brian calls. He'll go check on the turn,
Where'd you get that bottle? Over there? I'll go get another bottle.
and they'll chop
Take
this
the
up.
bottle with you.
Chippy choppy.
Okay. Alright. I'll never say it again.
It's nice for you.
It's not bad, it's okay.
It's okay.
So what do I gotta do?
Fat Bob Records on Twitch says this commentator would really be bad at PLO if he can't see the two players paired up on that flop there. Touche.
Double setup? Oh, nice.
Harry, how'd you do on hockey this year? You usually hit it
I
pretty
did.
I was bad at PLO.
Okay. Not as great as I wanted
It's
to.
very hard to tell what you even have in PLO.
They don't allow here.
I had Islanders. I had Islanders to win it all, but I had some.
You guys do not allow double shot here.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, not so good.
The blind raise.
No, it's
It's a blind race.
Okay,
They don't allow, otherwise they'll do it.
All right, I'm blind right.
It's the same thing. Just call it something else and it's okay.
No, but
It's only not a straddle if nobody raises and you wanted to.
What? How much?
100.
When? Can you give me half?
Fat Bob says, I like online where it tells you what you have in the corner. That is really nice. You can just look down and see you have a flush and bet accordingly. Ace is here for Harry.
My number one like it.
I had a feeling he was gonna do that.
John has moved in with pocket sixes,
758.
and he's about to step in it here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5.
Isn't there a beer?
Oh man, I got one customer.
I was gonna do that.
you get good
You got them
customers.
all out.
I have a good
I was
hand.
gonna do that.
I have a good hand.
You got ace.
Harry isolates.
Aces? I have one
I knew
ace.
you were short. I knew you were gonna push.
I have one ace.
That's why I went for-
Forces a fold here from Sammy.
John, I have one ace.
Oh,
What do you have?
I'm in trouble, because he had one of my outs too.
Yeah, but I have one ace.
Not join that.
oh, 10 queen. Diamond.
Nothing there for John,
Well, I tried.
and Harry's going to take down a $2,000 pot.
That way I don't have to.
I mean, he was short. I knew he was gonna.
So lucky you have you come back and wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He comes right in first hand. Quit smoking.
Nice play, Harry.
You want 5?
Listen, if I didn't smoke these cigars, I'd probably have a lot more money than all these spots I won. I don't know.
Reload for 5, so.
Yeah.
John's betting in 5.
Jimmy Burdette says run it 5 times. Only twice permitted here on the stream.
$5,000 American.
I never put an ace if I have an ace.
Anyone do John a
Here,
solid?
here, here. Put me in for 54 so I can have some change here.
54.
Sammy, what'd you flop? What you had?
Give it to Harry, he can change it.
I don't want to change it.
No, it's
I mean, I don't want.
400, right?
I'll do it.
I have a
I've got, I've got it.
I have a
I've got
five
it.
single.
Do you?
I have five
That'll
single.
work. 154.
Yeah.
You bring player up, huh? All right, get the funky.
Get the fuck in.
You want 5K?
Oh,
Is that what you said? Get the fuck out.
5,400
Get the
total.
5K. It sounded like something else.
Yeah, it
Get
did
the
sound
fuck
like
in.
something different.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. All right,
Let's try it again.
let's try that again.
Try this shit again.
Last shot. 50.
Candy waking up with ace king.
Any way we can get the All-Star channel on? I wonder what channel it's going to be like.
Channel there.
Probably,
Basketball?
baseball.
Oh, baseball.
Otani is the first player in All-Star game to
175
ever play two-way pitching.
Big
and
John,
hitting.
who has
He's from Japan. Great.
bought a bunch of chips he didn't have before, makes the call from the second blind. Top pair for Candy. Middle pair and a gutter for Big John. Candy fires. John calls. Brick on the turn. Candy fires 80% pot here, which I like a lot. John calls again. And Brick's out on the river. And I think if you're Candy, this is a great card to keep betting. She bets 1,000, which is, that's a really good sizing.
Yeah.
Designed to target one pair hands that are pretty weak. Big John has one of those hands though and gets away from it. Still a $3,600 pot for Candy.
Thank you, Candy.
Maybe I should build a room over there for you. I have commercial properties I manage, and I'm also in the automotive business.
You are? Really?
Body shop, mechanic shop.
Okay, we are too. Exhaust.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah?
I saw you have a Hellcat, huh?
Told me he doesn't want to play.
Oh, it's your
I tried to
son?
tell him.
What's up, JJ?
Hey, Jay in the house, man.
What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, shit.
Ira just bought one.
Hey, Sam.
Ira?
Yeah, I know. I talked to
He's
him.
done.
Oh,
So
okay.
Friend of mine,
he
yeah.
asked me to get his chips.
He's gonna go to
Here,
the
let's
shop.
count them.
So that's JJ, but he's not going to be playing, I don't think.
Yeah, he said he's done. He said he's already mad.
Should get a new
I
player
don't
in
know what
here
happened, but
You didn't like a 5550.
at some point soon.
So why cannot play 2550?
what?
I mean, this is the
This is what we
format.
play every Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, maybe because we're straddling 50 in addition.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
no,
okay.
no.
Sometimes he.
Because he liked the other game, maybe.
I think it's Armenian Mike who stood up.
Yeah, I
No way, I don't know.
That. He doesn't know
He
that.
didn't like us.
That's not a good game. All right, whatever.
Maybe his boyfriend is
Is that why Ken said the game just got better?
Maybe.
Mike went over.
Ken's first up.
Get him right here.
When you're
I don't think JJ is playing. 5-way flop here.
I might just stay out here. I'm like, oh, that's all right.
Well, he's first up, so.
Gutters for Brian and Candy.
That might hurt right there,
125.
Francisco does have the best hand. He's going to fire at this.
So how long were you in Vegas?
I live in Vegas 7 years.
Oh, you live there?
Yeah.
Candy calls.
Which part
Brick
of
on the
Vegas do you
river.
live?
I live behind Avia.
And this, we'll see what happens here.
I like to go, like, walk, just walk, go through Pokemon.
I was going to say this could go check, check, but
I know when they first opened, they were selling for $750.
certainly either player could decide to
Mine is
bluff this card.
1,400 square feet. I buy 500K. Now I try to buy 1,900 square feet. Same building. It's like a 950.
Francisco does.
So like 400.
How much is the fees every month?
400.
Like, we pay
Candy
like
looks curious, but I don't think there's, I don't see her doing much besides folding here, and she does.
I like someone has a package everything, you know.
What service are you referring to?
Like
No.
Hey, now.
they
Being
send the dry
recorded.
clean. They send the dry clean.
This PG, please.
Pick up my package.
Gonna be on the
and
internet.
They do a lot of things.
55.
Do they have restaurants in the building? Or
We have a like a food court, like
Yeah.
a
Food court, yeah, yeah, yeah.
stuff.
I think
I
from
don't
the
think
brick
it could get much worse than
Right.
Yeah,
the
I
pictures
like
talking
it.
about.
Fat Bob Record says value betting king high in a 5-way pot. Genius. Yeah, he had the best hand.
There's no.
What do you want?
We need action.
6 on the flop, 7.
Pay it off. No payment. Genius.
Yeah, but usually the
Yeah, exactly.
You have balcony?
Stick to the blue deck. and
See our chip counts. Bunch of stacks over 10K here tonight.
On the strip or?
Everybody puts in your
100,
deck.
guys. 100 bump
Go directly to the flop.
Yes.
Kitty, the big winner so far. Harry, Candy also having good nights.
You need this mic.
Big John stuck over 6K.
You have to push the button for them to hear you on this
Just think
one.
about it, you know?
Yeah,
You
but
sit outside and smoke a
You're
hookah.
yeah, but
hearing me,
not
right?
like
Yeah, you're hearing.
He's my husband. They put a lot of money in Bitcoin. So for them, they think if you just put the 900K in the condo, they really put the money in the stock
Yeah,
market.
because all the potential,
Yeah.
all the
You
money.
guys want to do a bomb pot?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Whether you're better off making the payment, investing the money.
And just
in
kidding.
cryptocurrency.
So I really want to become I want to become
Maybe we're gonna buy a house in Vegas.
no house.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
My condo.
I can
But
hear
if
you.
you like,
Can you hear me?
like I like dogs. I like pool.
Sounds like we might be playing a bomb pot here.
Certain things you can't get in a
I know.
Yeah, houses, more pool,
like backyard.
But you don't live in Vegas. You go there play poker, so it's better just get a condo convenience, right?
You just want to buy it to have it.
See when our new player comes in. In addition to this game here at the bike today, there is a 10-20-40 game and a 5-10-20 game going. So lots of big no limit hold'em action today at the bike.
Oh, you're selling it? Yeah, I'm buying the 1900 square feet. Mine is a 1435. I want to upgrade 1900 square feet.
Where?
In the mountain, behind area.
Okay, is it, it's not in the yellow, we're in the.
No, the yellow one coffee here. You don't want that. Everyone needs it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Do the flop. You cannot say till you do the flop. Okay, now you hand that.
So $100 bomb pot. Top pair for Harry. Francisco firing here. Couple of gutters out there. Kitty calls. We see that 3 of the 4s are dead.
I'm nothing beat you nothing. It's a point.
I believe a 5-4 folded.
Not mine. Yeah, that's yours.
Checks through. And a king on the river.
That's not yours?
Kitty does check.
You checked?
No,
Her pair of 3s.
Okay. Wait.
Pair.
I had ace. I had ace 6. See, what a good roll I made.
Wait till I see a fold.
Harry folded ace 6.
I had pocket pair.
I had ace 6.
So we don't know what. Yeah, Francisco had ace queen and checked the river.
Ace 6.
And he'll take this one down.
You won't have something you can improve. Like queen jack.
I can improve.
Queen jack.
I can improve to 6.
Maybe improve 2 pair. Don't have a better 2 pair.
I'm ace king deuce board, so.
Yeah, true.
Right now, who living in your condo in Vegas?
Eric Liu asks if Ken is coming back. I do know that he was on the list.
Yeah, but I don't know where.
Yeah, yeah. Our condo is very pretty.
He's he was playing in that
7th floor.
10-20-40 game
11th floor, but we want to buy.
out on the main floor.
Oh, yeah. If you want, I can help you run out when you're not
We
there.
skip Strato, right?
A lot of
Is that the
people
same
there.
channel
Yeah,
we
we can
played
help
with
you.
last week or the week before?
Oh, give me 3. You give me 3 cards.
Missed him.
It's okay, I'm not mad.
You know what happened?
Not 7 deuce.
What happened?
7 dudes, I'd be mad.
Saturday,
The
I want
first
to
one,
play
the
the
second one,
tournament.
so you can do.
Okay.
I guarantee, Kiri, you never see this flop. I watched playing the tournament and
To be clear, I don't know that Francisco's check with ace queen on that river was a bad play or anything like that.
Two bedrooms.
It's pretty reasonable for either of his opponents to have had a king there.
Fake girl stuff.
Oh, I see.
So what's the flop? Keep me in
Let me
suspense.
show you. Let me show you.
Maybe a small bet to get a crying call from a worse ace would have been a good play.
I guarantee you play so much poker, you never see this flop in your life.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Everybody
It was on my table.
No, on my Twitter.
Eh?
You should watch the tweet.
Yeah, but I was on the table.
Oh, okay. I tweeted. I know that.
Shout out to
I
Valerie.
was on my table.
Shout out to Lakers Nation.
Better than the river.
We are live here tonight.
Oh,
Oh, you didn't see two club?
where was that at?
And Vegas in the tournament.
Francisco, better on the flop than the river.
Yeah, but they
Because on the river, then everybody's got to get their money
give
back.
you the money
2
back.
hours.
Are they the same color or are they different colors?
Same color. That's why
So
you never see
what
it.
did they do?
Six clubs, two
Two
clubs.
clubs, 2 6.
Yeah,
Club.
yeah, but what's
Raise from Brian.
What I'm saying is better on the flop than the river because then we got to give the money back.
Yeah,
to
Call
everybody,
from
or,
split the
you know,
money
what's
Candy,
the-
who limped.
Don't come and give you the money 3 ways. Not much. It's
Queen
a
high
tournament.
flop.
What's a tournament?
Yeah, Malaysian one. 2400.
I wasn't that table.
I tweet this one.
Oh, you threw a cannon and killed a fly.
You should follow me on Twitter, then you know more story in Vegas. I just tell everything open, so you can read.
Yeah, no filter.
I have no
I don't know what happened there.
I don't care about
The graphics must not be correct.
I love me some Dory.
Who's coming?
Midori Tower.
She's a very good player.
Yeah?
He or she?
She.
Oh. Another lady.
She's a pro?
Regardless, Brian's taking this down.
She's a pro?
No, they don't.
That's what they game.
I don't know, you know. I don't know. I'm not a pro. I don't know who's
No,
a pro.
but she's good for the game.
Go for it.
Or
Why not have a can?
He doesn't want
You don't want it?
it. He's scared of you. He said you take too much.
Well, we have, what, 2 seats or 1 seat? Oh, no, 1 seat.
no, 1 zero. Come on. Big John.
Johnny boy.
John probably go back to gamble and then come back another 5K.
Yeah, he got the fever.
Pocket sixes for Sammy here.
250 is bet.
What did he win it?
I guess you won it on Ultimate Texas.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah, he won 175.
Biggest.
In Vegas.
Big, big raise.
Buy my condo.
Candy wakes up with ace queen suited.
John doesn't look like the condo type.
No.
You got a good hand? You want action? Yes? No?
Up to you.
Hello.
How's the game there, Dory?
It's pretty good.
250. Not as good as this one, I guess.
Which one do you hit? That's the most important thing.
I don't even know why I asked you the question.
If you could guess my hand, you'll know what I have.
A un cine donde como vengo comida ahí.
I said she looks like you.
She's a prettier.
Te juro que me da like.
Oh, come on, what do you have to say?
I wore like
I don't want to talk about stuff like that.
I wore.
A la Argentina.
Especially to a married woman, you know?
A Yaneli, a Frankie, yo los invito o vamos.
It's disrespectful.
I appreciate it. I show you.
What happened?
Everything under control.
Good.
And then
Tomorrow?
icing on the cake.
No.
What happened on the tournament?
I gotta go have dinner
He
tonight
was very generous. He did that.
with my kids.
How many kids?
You ever been in this Argentina place? What's the name of the Argentina place?
Head on 4,000.
Candy?
See, which one?
Oh,
Brian?
Gaucho?
Brian's adding on
Gaucho.
4,000.
Oh my God.
Where's it at?
Right here.
Downey.
Oh,
It is fucking
Really
nice
good.
steak.
Really, really
They have the tomahawk, big one.
Oh, the Argentinian place.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gaucho.
it's really
Oh,
good.
I love it. That's my favorite place.
Oh, yeah?
Big steak. I like the tomahawk. It's $100 tomahawk, but big one.
well, yeah, I mean, what's not $100 these days? How much you spend at Panda Express today? 95?
Bitcoin's not $100
Like
yet.
30 or something.
Huh?
30.
30? That's it?
Well, it's better than
I didn't eat
pizza.
carbs. I ate all the like the honey walnut prawn and all the.
You straddle, buddy.
protein.
You straddle.
You're straddle 50.
Honey walnut, huh?
Yeah, we said we want to keep it. We're going to keep it. The only guy don't want is Mike. More action for the table.
That is 250.
So Francisco raises here.
I want somebody to call me. At least one.
King Jack of Diamonds on?
I had
Maybe
three
next time.
spades.
And he'll take it down pre-flop.
Yeah, 2 6 of clubs.
Well, when you say enough hands, you're probably close to one of them.
You should guys try that gauchos.
Gauchos.
It's down.
Gauchos is
Argentina
El
restaurant.
Gauchos.
Oh,
El Gaucho.
You went there too?
They have El Gaucho all over the world.
Oh.
It's nice steak, right?
I tried the one in Bangkok.
Yeah, but I'm
I
sure
tried
they
the
don't
one in
taste
Seattle
Yeah,
last
they're
time.
probably
I mean,
different.
look, man, you eat In-N-Out Burger here, you eat it like 40 miles away. It doesn't
Well,
taste
you have to eat something different every time.
I think that is Michelle/Dory joining us in seat 4. She's appeared on a couple of streams recently, including Big Game last Friday.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
You have to put the
Oh, I
50
played with you the other
inside,
night,
sir.
huh?
Yeah,
Sir.
the one on your right. 50.
Patty's.
The 50
I told
Francisco
her,
just
"Are you
limping
Patty's sister?"
from
Doesn't
the
she
button
laugh
here.
like Patty?
Ace 7
Yeah,
offsuit.
same
I
frown.
do, right? I get
Yeah.
that a lot.
That's a good thing.
You ever played
Yeah, the one on your right, you have to sit on the one.
Yeah,
I never played.
she's an amazing
Michelle,
player.
so me, huh? Thank you. All right. Strudel. Don't tell him how much I brought.
Raise.
So I have to put
This
it
is dead already.
That's dead money. Yeah.
That's a big guy.
How about me? Have you played with me before?
375.
So Sammy gonna isolate here with Queen 3 suited, which
Oh, it's the first time you guys played together?
is pretty ambitious.
No? Oh, I thought you watched it.
I was gonna say it might work in this case, but Brian calls from the straddle with Queen 5 suited.
Like a little girl, give her. He like a pick a spot.
Don't say like a little girl.
You
Say
like-
like a little boy.
Little boy.
I think when you're,
You like a boy. You like a boy.
I'm not sure this would be a raise over a limp from any position with Sammy's hand, but it's especially tricky when you're out of position like this, because whenever you get called by anybody, it's like, well, this is gonna be pretty tough. He does flop a pair though, and takes it down with a C-bet.
How much are
Oh,
you
wait a
starting with?
minute. Somebody drank out of this.
53?
Somebody jacked your glass, bro?
I think it's gone.
There was a glass there, but I don't think that was yours.
He can drink from the bottle directly.
Huh?
Drink from the bottle directly.
You will. You don't need it, right?
Tastes better.
I like glass.
They just opened Wolfgang Steakhouse in Jakarta.
Yeah.
I think Ken join some share.
Straddle?
Restaurant.
It's good, huh?
It's good.
Good job. Did you win?
What's that?
Did you win the project? Or
No,
Papa?
I had to make a couple phone calls and then I got me a TV and
Why are we watching this
Hopefully it
freaking
changed.
channel, man, for like the last 2 hours?
Kramer?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm good at
Limp here from Francisco.
I don't want to go.
Tops.
250 is the bet. Oh, 150.
Dory isolates with 7-6 suited.
Yo termino aquí a las 6. A las 6 termino yo aquí.
Candy calls and now a 3-bet from Sammy.
Invitar a Michael, Kimberly, a todos y vamos al este que nos den comida uno ahí. I'm out.
And it's a pretty small 3-bet. But he's up against a bunch of weak hands.
Which move you gonna choose? The what?
So who you got?
Oh, okay.
Yes, no.
All right.
Now's your chance.
All right. I
Who you got
go.
on the NBA?
I think Milwaukee's gonna come back and be.
Candy calls,
I think so too. I think it's gonna be
Honestly, I think Milwaukee's gonna come
which
back
is
and win.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
not something I'm going to be going out of my way to do with ace 10 off.
I really do.
Hand that doesn't hit flops that hard generally,
What the odds right now?
and that is frequently dominated. She does have top pair, top kicker here, and we'll see how big this pot can get.
If you look at the trends.
Small C bet from
Milwaukee's getting
Sammy.
better, and Phoenix has already played all their best games, I think. My only fear is their coach doesn't make very good adjustments.
1300 was the raise.
I'm not.
keep hitting him.
And Candy raises, which is, I guess, one option. The problem is, in a 3-bet pot like this, where Sammy's shown considerable strength, you're going to get action just a lot from overpairs.
Don't be like that, Brad. What? Plus 2 what?
If you are going to bet, excuse me, if you are going to raise the flop in Candy's shoes, though, I do like the check on the turn.
Don't trip on your phone, kitty.
I think in Sammy's spot, if you have an overpair, you should be pretty confident in your hand now.
It's $1 million call.
Kitty, it was just a telephone call. What's going on? That's why you have a phone.
I
When they want to
always
call you.
make a meal, and I don't know what's going on here.
Sammy bets 2,100, and now we see the problem that this raise on the flop has created. Does Sammy just have ace king of diamonds, ace queen of diamonds, king queen of diamonds, and is making this play? Maybe, but I think he just has overpairs here a lot. And ace 10 offsuit is in a really tricky spot.
I do, but not yet. We'll do it right before the training, which is in 2 weeks. Oh, you won't be back? We'll do it when you get back.
Okay.
We're still preseason and all that shit. You know what? Yeah.
We can do now.
She calls.
It was going to be hand of the night if she folded. But,
And it looks like she's good.
I don't know anything.
What?
Well, let's wait till the preseason. There's a lot of.
¿Quién estaba con usted en la mano? Él.
I couldn't see there what Sammy had.
Called with one pair?
I was pretty critical of the way Candy played that hand, but she made a lot more money in that spot than I would have.
¿Cuánto le mandó? In the rear?
No, no.
In the rear.
Oh, no, 21.
Let's get all the injuries out of the way, because, you know, preseason, training, they get injured.
Presumably Sammy had some sort of overcard hand, maybe with diamonds.
And wherever.
I want to do a little research. I have no idea who's where, like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I want to just get a little bit of a feel. We got plenty of time.
Yeah.
We got like literally like 2 months of like preseason, you know? We
I
got
have
plenty
another
of
5,000.
Kitty, don't you still put 50? No. Wouldn't it be 100 because you missed a shot?
It's okay.
It's 60 and there's still 50.
Yeah, it
50
should be.
Yeah, some glare on the table there,
On, what's your name?
as Cloud 4 points out.
Right.
Keeps us from seeing those cards.
I thought you said, I apologize, I thought you said
Because
that.
we shred
If
off.
that comes 10,000, you're up.
5,000, page it, yes, is it on me?
It's on you, Brian.
So we're not doing the 50 anymore?
We do, but you buy the bottom.
He bought the
Ah,
bottom, that's
okay,
the
okay.
Next time we'll settle.
Don't worry.
It's a raise, right? It's a raise? Raise to 100.
Cheers, brother. One of these days you'll make a bet, somebody will believe you.
got that money?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know, man. You know, I gotta be honest with you. Some of these people have seen movies
So
like
raise here,
Crazy
kitty.
Asians, you know, like man, and they don't fall, man. You
You know
know.
what it is? We play with Ken too much.
You see, sorry, not crazy, the rich crazy Asians.
I don't like to bluff, but
She's still best here on
bluff a lot.
this ace 10-5 flop.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up when you get
Probably isn't going to be thrilled about it.
It's the way the world is these days, you know.
Checks through.
We're good, man.
Had some commentary on Twitch about the audio. If people feel like I'm too loud, could you let me know in the chat, and I can reduce the volume of my mic. As we see Big John take this one down.
ESPN or something. I'm so done watching this guy, bro.
He's a good looking guy, man.
Maybe so, man. You know, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but he looks like a thing to me.
Frankie, don't buy for me. No me compres a mí porque me acordé que te van a ir como los rentantes a pagarme la renta. Yeah, no, I pay for you guys, but I have to stay home.
Is Biden sending checks out again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, how much?
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
I could use it.
Children.
Oh,
Keep things as they are.
I guess I don't qualify for that.
150. How much Biden send you, Kitty?
I don't know, bro.
How much money
I hope at least
Biden
$300.
Then you?
How much Biden send you?
Raise, that is 150, raise to 450.
John, you raised, bro? Yeah. Thanks for saving
A
me.
mí no.
Because I don't fold.
How much, John?
Raise here from Francisco. Big John picks up pocket tens and puts in the 3-bet. We've got two real hands here.
Go answer?
Curiosity
right?
killed the cat.
I mean, like a C+ answer, right?
Yeah.
Four betting, certainly an option for Francisco, but he calls,
No better.
which also seems fine from these positions.
Decent.
Pair of balls.
She doesn't know how hard to get a pair, right?
Low flop. Big John has to feel pretty good about his pocket
That is
tens.
at 500.
He bets 500. And Francisco calls here. Queen on the turn brings in front door spades. We see that Big John does have the 10 of spades. Goes check, check, which makes sense. 9 on the river, and I think Francisco has one of the worst hands he would turn up with here.
Huh? Marvin?
Would probably have some
Marvin, the floor man?
Jack 10 suited, some other straight draws, but he's near the bottom of his range.
Marvin is the only dealer that saved me from getting banned from this casino. One time we're playing here. This is like
And if he thinks that, I think he's correct if he's thinking that John is not super strong here.
And Marvin saved me. Marvin came up to me.
If you wouldn't have said that, I'd be able to.
Marvin came up to me and Marvin said, Harry, I will lose my job if you rip another day.
Big bet here, 1600, which is certainly a sizing he could use with a flush or a 9.
Corporation like this. But I'm done with all that.
And I think in Francisco's shoes, you can certainly consider just folding the flop.
Alright, it's yours.
But if you're going to get here with ace king of clubs, this seems fine to bluff with. John does look him up, and he's going to win a pot of over $5,000.
Yeah. 90% of the time
Well, I
double him up. It's like the worst. It's the worst.
That's when I really found
It's the worst.
You almost called, man.
Yeah, I almost did, because you're
It's like the worst. The worst feeling in the world. I did that to Barry Woods one time, and then we both flopped trip aces. And he had ace. He actually flopped the full house, and I had ace jack. on an ace-ace board, and I doubled him up. It's like the most tilty thing in the world. Ow. I just put 50 last hand.
Your shadow, this one.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice hand, Big John. I should bet a little bit more.
It's still
2,200.
Yeah, that way we would have.
Johnny, you don't need to put that hand in your notes, man. You don't need to put that hand in your notes like professional players do. Usually when they win a big hand, they Sorry, you don't do that, do you?
Never.
Never.
I do all the facials.
I know, I've seen quite a few of them, all in one session.
Couldn't help it.
You're 50. You cannot be tricked. Let's try.
So what do I do?
Limp here from Sammy.
And you take that.
200 more.
Over limp from Brian.
I need my money back. Yes, Big John take me 200 from me.
Harry comes along as well, and Francisco now is going to raise it up with queen 10 off.
All right, guys, just, this is
The
a
money is a
Gets
gun.
3 calls.
maximum bluff hand right now, maximum. Everything is wide open right now on this hand.
2 pair here for Brian. Francisco does not like giving up in these spots. And bets about 40% pot. Brian just calls. Brick on the turn. Francisco keeps firing.
1,100? 1,200. 1,200 is the bet.
What's up, Mark?
And Brian has to be really happy about the way this is going down.
Can we put on a, thanks, bro. I don't know what channel the All-Star is on.
ESPN.
Okay, good, yeah, that's what we want.
Gives a little look like he's not too thrilled here to put in this money, but we know he's
Mark,
quite happy to. 10 on the river, which may slow Francisco down. I don't know how much showdown value this actually gives him, but maybe he does sometimes win here if Brian checks back with 5-3 suited or 4-3 suited, something like that. He does check. And Brian should definitely be betting for value.
I did check.
Yeah, I think so. I remember.
You want to flop?
I think I'd be targeting an ace-x hand. Oh, he just checks back. Wow.
what?
Well, I mean, it probably wouldn't have gotten him value in this particular situation, although maybe it would have. I think, though, when Francisco has ace-king or ace-queen,
I have a good hand.
or some other kind of ace, he's certainly going to consider paying off a bet there.
Brian,
But Brian checks it back.
value.
Still wins a healthy pot.
Yeah.
No coach.
Sometimes better be safe than
Woo,
sorry,
give me
right?
that hand.
Wow,
Play
nice
comes over,
flop.
top goes over, or whatever.
That was
then.
nice flop, man.
Hear Kitty saying, no coach.
I think some of that have to do with using his neighbor. I'm sure there was a little bit of empathy in that.
Saying, don't tell.
I always
the
believe
thing.
people are nicer than
Don't tell him how he's supposed to play that hand.
Am I right, Ryan? I think there was a little bit of,
No, because
no? Wow.
the thing he was thinking I have big hand, right?
Lakers Nation says, why would a 10 hold Francisco back?
What do you have on that board? What's a big hand?
Because perhaps in his head there's no reason for him to fire a third barrel there when he can beat some hands that Brian might have, like 4-3 and 5-3, because he now has second pair.
You never know.
No, I don't.
If we'd seen, say, a 9 on the river, maybe Francisco fires for a third time.
His hand does not look like the pair.
Okay, no coach.
What do you say?
Too professional. We're not welcome.
That's right, that's why I work at 8 to 5. I do this for a living.
Ryan, I can use a job, bro. Whatever those hours, get me in there.
Oh, that money. Okay. Yeah, right.
So a raise here from Big John. Call from Francisco
Actually, no, it's not that
in the
money.
second blind.
It's not that money.
Is that dead money?
It's not.
It's not.
$5 is it?
No.
Money?
Yeah,
Keep
it's
it one.
Pretty good flop for John.
It is or not?
Check.
only 50 is the money. $5 is not the money.
150. Check for you. You almost gonna bet.
Blinds
I'll
are the
bet
blind.
3,000.
I'm gonna. Oh, it's big John.
He said check actions on
What
your.
if
Check
I
like
was
3
make a
times.
bluff?
So I don't know.
Because he said
And
you're gonna bluff
it goes
me.
check, check.
He said that, he would have probably
Check.
called.
Check.
Ace
I got him.
on the turn.
And then he plays over the top.
Deuce.
And then I call and he shows ace 10 or something.
Deuce.
And I'm like, I know you
Check.
gotta,
Yeah, I know.
I play with the black, so I just.
And it would appear that it checks all the way down to the river. And Big John obviously going to win when that's how it goes. TLE says value bet might have got a fold anyway. Yes, when Francisco has a 10, but when Francisco has ace king or ace queen or ace jack, I think he's got to consider calling, especially when hearts brick out.
So who's gonna take care of your chickens?
Your hand is too good to not bet, in my opinion. When you have two pair there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We keep doing.
No coach, if you don't want this, fine.
No, everybody.
It's fine.
Only the one big.
Matt Benjamin asks, did they have to get a new table for 8 players with the RFID readers? No. There's one reader in the middle of the table that we're not using. That is usually for seat 5, which is why in the graphics you see seats 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6, 7, 8, and 9, but not 5 right now.
Oh, yeah.
Look, so yummy.
Lakers Nation asks, hey Charlie, when you play, is commentary in your head? Yes, sometimes. I find that actually helps. I have developed this bad habit of, when I have a mask on, saying the name of my hand to myself, like Ace of Spades, 10 of Hearts, which I need to stop doing as I play more and more without a mask. Race here from Big John. Call from Harry. A 3-bet from Francisco.
That's true. That's true.
And a couple calls with some pretty weak hands.
Professional, I never tell.
Just bet.
Harry does flop best, though.
$800.
Francisco keeps firing here. I think this is a spot you can check. When you are ahead, your hand doesn't need tons of protection. And when you're behind, you're pretty far behind and unlikely to improve, as is the case here.
Check.
Francisco checks here. Harry checks back, which I think I like, as long as he's willing to put in a bet here on the river.
Remember, if you want to go, book a first class. Book earlier, cheaper.
Check.
The 8 and 9. You book it now, will be cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see a value bet there on the river by Harry, but he
But don't book
could
too
be
late.
worried about his kicker.
I'm running bad. I'm running bad.
He's going to take down a pot of about 2,000
We
though.
always go on the
So you just checked that, Barry?
poker cruise for
Yeah.
10
You just
years.
checked that?
Yeah.
Did I
So
just check it?
Yeah, at the river?
this year we're not gonna go.
Yeah, why not?
Now Brian's going to needle Harry for his
Brian, can you change me?
I mean, what hand's gonna call me if I hit?
lack of a value bet there.
Very good, listen. You better
He can also
After
check raise
Harry
all
needled
in.
Brian earlier.
bet 1K.
We're both capable of check raising each other all in, and I don't wanna do that.
Why you get the big muscle so scary people check?
Harry saying he's worried about Francisco check raising there,
Like, I would never,
which is I think is it's a bridge you should cross when you come to it.
bet for value and then he goes.
You're not going
all
to come
in,
to
I
it very
gotta fold
frequently,
the hand.
and you can worry about that when it happens.
I don't have muscle, I have
Show that muscle.
no muscle. You have more muscle than me.
I know.
You work out. I have other muscles.
What happened?
All my
He's
muscles
all
are in different places than yours.
What's that? And this small change and
Oh, he still have 5 behind.
Counting 5K for him. 1 second.
Yeah, that's right.
What's going on here? In the middle of the hand, what's going
Yeah,
on?
they give me change for.
Okay, alright, that's cool.
That way everybody's got to relook at the cards now.
Yeah, I forgot what I had. Oh wait, I never even looked.
I'm not sure what the holdup was about, but Kitty's going to raise this one up.
I gotta call, I'm killed.
me too.
Okay, we are two.
Harry and Francisco call,
It's a girls' game.
and so does Sammy.
One then I'm come.
I need good stuff from you.
King high flop. Francisco's King 7 takes the lead here. Francisco bets pot here, which I think is mostly just going to get worse hands to fold and better hands to continue. You'd like to bet a size that can get a call from a hand like 10-8 of diamonds here, I think. But Francisco does take this one down.
He say, pros never killed, right?
You're not pro. You play for fun. Remember? If a professional one will play all the poker stuff, but you just play for fun.
I think Francisco is better than a pro.
You,
Yeah, he's pro plus.
if you play very professional, you probably win a love title already.
I think if Francisco won it, he can be better than a pro.
Because you're not afraid
He's
to
still
love.
better than most pros.
Yeah, that's true, but
And he has
I
definitely
don't want to play too much poker.
more good looking than a lot
Oh
of
God, only 6 times a week.
No, really, I want to play 4 times a week.
Every
Oh,
day I
the-
come here, I see the Francisco.
I only came Tuesday.
And I come out every day.
I only play Tuesday.
Both Francisco and Candy here a lot.
And on the app every day, and then on the. Oh, you still doing the app, Francisco?
Huh?
You still doing the app?
No.
No.
I'm out. Takes too much time.
Yeah. 125
Take me too, you still writing Big John?
Huh?
Taking me too much time of my life.
You still playing the app?
Even if you watch a movie, you don't enjoy the movie.
John, you have a 125 hand?
It's,
Race here from Harry.
yeah.
Even when you watch a movie.
I don't know if I wanted to call, honestly.
If you're on the app.
Big John defends.
It's a 125.
Play good, John. Don't be do stupid shit. You're out of position.
Even you talk Brian,
Jack high flop.
family, your wife, he's not the same. You're in the
Good
app.
spot for Harry.
I said, fuck it. I don't want it to upset my life.
You have
That's the
anything,
third
bro?
pot. Big John comes along hoping to turn something here. He does not though.
All right, 100 more then. I'll get. That's a good fold.
125.
Another very small bet from Harry,
Yours was 100.
but big enough to get Queen High to lay it down.
Right now, I had 10-8 of diamond. I knew you were. I knew you had it. I mean, I think you had it. But if you told me, I believe you. I would never.
All right, thanks, all.
Hey.
So a dealer change here. Isaac coming in. They're going to play a $100 bomb pot.
Come back to me, my love.
It's just so stupid, you know. Like, it's just like I know.
Bye.
I know why the bomb pop is really good at the end of the day. I just don't like the actual moment in time of the game.
Just a quick is like a much pass.
No, I just want to get rid of it. I just know that people lose because the game gets better. But
Candy, big winner so far. Harry also having a good
the
day.
actual hand, it's just like so ridiculous to me. Like,
Brian and Kitty also up
I think
pretty
if you wanna, like,
significantly.
really, the best bomb pot we can play is play like as any aggressive hand you can possibly
C3
play.
out
You
of
can play that hand the most absolute aggressive. You know,
Francisco had a 3,000 copy.
like they have the biggest edge.
Francisco had a 5,000.
Vickers Nation, thanks for tuning in.
Big John, Liquor Tony played this week, right?
What's that?
Liquor Tony.
I think Sammy's supposed to too.
Who's that?
On the
Oh shit, I forgot what we were doing. I was gonna raise. Holy cow. Okay. Hey, what was the last bomb pot flop? Wasn't there like an ace, deuce, three, something like
I
that?
think so.
Yes.
Ace king deuce.
Ace, king, deuce, yeah.
Pay the three.
Damn, you're pretty.
Ace king spade.
Why are you so
deuce
good?
Pocket
flop,
tens here
deuce
for
flop.
Brian.
Nevertheless, we still had ace, deuce on the flop.
It's my job to remember.
And he does have the best hand.
Oh!
Wow. So checks all the way to the river. Three ace board.
Any pair is a
Nobody has one.
unless you have
Pocket tens should be feeling pretty good right now.
I can check both streaks and then bet. So
never looked at
how
my
many
cards.
aces left in the deck?
Big John bets.
Three.
Brian calls.
Someone's got pocket eights or some shit. I fold. Who has pocket eights? Who has an ace?
No, I can figure it out.
I win against you, Harry.
John's bet's sort of a block, I think.
Brian has a three.
Mine has a three. I have a deuce.
Look at.
Just nice.
And Brian's going to win this
One
one.
had ace, one had
John, I just love
I
you.
thought I was good too, Harry. Queen king.
Man,
That's I mean, that's fucked up, right?
Yeah, it
It's
is.
such nice hands and,
I need to drop, and I didn't have enough. Eights.
fucked up. Oh, she did? Oh, that's good.
What?
What'd you
This
think
is
during
Charlie Wilmoth here with you tonight on Live at the Bike. You can find me on Twitter at thirdwalking, THIRD walking.
Don't tell me next time. I'm gonna go
And find a link there to check out my podcast, which is called Third Man Walking.
No,
You're a Chinese engineer.
if I'm up, I'm gonna smoke.
I'm pretty good. I was working for Samsung. I was a programmer.
Programmer, yeah?
Yeah, but I hate the office job. You know, I hate it.
You don't like to be in the queue again?
I don't like to be 14 hours
Very-
non-stop working.
14 hours.
You have an app to order food?
I think you could order on that.
I don't have an app. I'm asking if you have one.
12.50. Yeah, I'll get it.
Like a kebab, right?
Brian.
Could be there, whatever.
Beef or chicken or something?
Beef and chicken would be great. Thank you so much. Deal me out, please.
You got it.
Limp here from Francisco.
Some wine, yeah.
This one?
What?
I don't look.
Let me see. I can see my hand.
That's correct?
Is that right?
Yeah. It looks correct to them. So,
Good thing we have eyes in the sky.
It's in the sky.
Well, wait a minute, mine are different now.
that's just because of your glasses.
This one I can't see through at all. This one here is some burn in the backside of the
I'll hear from Brian in the second blind. Kitty checks her option. Everybody whiffs. Pocket 5 still good here. It looks like Big John's in there as well.
Man, I finally hit a pair.
With King 5, and he's going to win it.
¿Y qué va a hacer allá donde va a
Sorry
ir
about
a-
that. That's all right.
Tomarle la
Yes,
jarra?
relax.
That's good.
Everybody know each other.
¿A dónde va mi toca?
No, Durango.
Otro.
Durango, right?
Yes, right, yeah.
No, Juan, over there.
Oh, nice. ¿Tiene casa allá?
My mom.
Oh, qué bien, qué bien. Ese es estrés.
That's right. Two.
Knee-jerk reactions. I'm not playing
Sammy, let me have your lighter.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Let me have your lighter. You want to come out?
Race here from Sammy. Big John and Francisco come along. Middle set here against enough flush draw.
Put a, yeah, that's fine. Only clean.
That's good.
How much?
400.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. That's it.
So a bet from Sammy, call from Francisco,
1,000.
who picks up a gutter. Sammy bets 1,000 now. Francisco deciding what to do here. Just calls, which
You know, fast draw.
I think makes sense. It's a king on the river, but that's not going to be enough.
I want the flood.
Francisco perhaps considering a bluff there, but he goes for the check, which makes sense.
$2,500. 25.
Sammy bets 2,500. Francisco does have a pair here, but this is not a great calling hand. You don't want to have two clubs in your hand to make this call.
Precious 3 sevens.
He does call though. And Sammy is going to win an $8,400 pot.
Almost right you.
I believe that's the biggest pot of the night. One of the biggest anyway.
Lucky I don't rate.
That's why you're a pro.
So nice pot from Sammy. And the reason I say that the King 6 of clubs is not a good calling hand is because you want your opponent to be blasting away with clubs if you're going to make the call there. 6 of clubs especially, not a great hand to have, as it does block 8-6, but it also blocks all these other potential semi-bluffs that
That's right.
Baccarat's the cure all.
would theoretically be Sammy's triple barrel hands there. But Francisco does make the call, and Sammy wins a very chunky pot with a set of sevens.
You got 6 months to do it, and you like 45.
You want to play? Ken?
Oh, okay.
150.
Let's see if we want to play. I'm nothing well. Stomach hurt.
Race here from Candy. We'll take it down.
Really? Yes. That's happened to me too. No hand, no. You gotta come in through the window then.
Not sure if we're doing rounds or people are just doing
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Some shout outs to the chat.
Wayne, what are they doing?
James Duggan,
Trying to suffocate us in here? What? You need air? Yeah.
Mr. Chris Bremer,
Is it a shadow?
Last row.
Joe F.,
What do you want to like breathe or something? I said, what do you want to breathe or something? What do you need air for?
T-Berry 80 on Twitch,
What's the problem?
Stop complaining.
Donners 919191. What's going on?
How much?
50 is the straddle.
So call from Brian here. Francisco comes along as well. Dory wakes up with jacks and raises it to 350. And Brian calls, and he and Dory will go heads up to this flop.
2 more years with me and Big Jack, we're going to be pro. 2 more years.
Professional? Call me anytime.
2 more years.
Give me a
Ace 8-6, not a great board for either player's hand, not bad for Dory's range.
Yeah, then we can play against Kitty. We and him, we make a deal. 2 more years, we're going to be a pro.
Oh, really?
She checks both the flop and the turn,
Years ago.
faces a bet from Brian,
Close.
and I think has to peel once here.
Now it's 2 more years because every week we play more to get there.
She does call.
Vegas?
You retired?
Yeah, I will retire there.
Complete brick on the river,
Love to return.
Yeah, but you can't, I gamble.
and quickly goes check check, and Dory's going to win this one.
I wouldn't live there. I bought a house, I got a house over there right now, my son lives in, I bought a condo, and it doubled in price quick, and I just dumped it.
Paul Hazard, thank you for the kind words.
I don't wanna move, I don't wanna, yeah, I don't
There's a
wanna
lot of
move
big
over there.
things coming to Vegas.
The only reason I will like it is to play tournaments, not cash. I'm not interested in cash.
You don't like a cash game because you don't feel you can push your people.
No, I think I can be good in cash, but the thing is, I don't feel passion for cash.
You want a trophy. Maybe you just want a trophy.
No.
Give it too much money. Otherwise
No.
you will like a cash game more.
Yeah, I don't like cash. I like compete, try to,
Last row, 50.
I want to.
I like tournaments too, it's, they're just always,
So long.
weekends, it's like take a whole,
Francisco and Kitty, of course, both avid tournament players.
If you live here, I mean,
Candy, I know, plays a decent number of tournaments as well.
you know, they have to fly very far away to just race on.
There's nothing wrong with
It's my
that.
job.
That's
Well,
fun.
Fly everywhere.
Yeah.
I saw you somewhere. I don't
I
know.
live in suitcase. I
If
live
you
in
like
suitcase.
traveling,
players.
it's good.
I live in my
Four-way limp pot here.
Yeah.
I love traveling, so
Yeah.
Do you
I would
really
love
like
Flush draw for
tournaments?
Sammy.
You have to.
Got it for Francisco.
225.
You have to really like it. That's what I do because I really like it.
Brian has the best hand in bets.
Sunday, I went to, after I saw you, I went to Velayo, wanted to play cash, but then I saw
Cash
it.
game is so dead.
No, but I was thinking.
Two
I
calls.
really wanted-
And Sammy takes the lead here.
I went to Hardy to play cash on Saturday night, there was big boards, but you couldn't get in a game anyway.
Checks through.
I thought Gall and them guys were playing there.
No, next time come over, we have a penthouse again.
Oh, really?
You will love it. Or the pretty girl. So you married?
I don't like girls.
7.
I'm married. I've already
Sammy's 7 is
I'm
going
on
to
my
take this
third
one
I
down.
don't know that shit. It's not that I don't like girls. I just I don't.
You don't want to.
He's changing his statement. Hold on.
No. Thank you, Sam.
So then I was thinking, then I decided to go to the new casino, watch the casino, have my dinner there, and have, I don't want to sit down 4 or 5 hours playing poker.
Rodin Big D says, "Do you have to do anything special to sit at this table?" Well, it starts with you sending an email to Wayne@liveatthebike.com. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you if you want to play, especially if you want to play the Friday games.
You have to pay to put money in your
So send him an email, let him know about your poker background and what stakes you want to play.
175.
That's not guaranteed to work, but if you still want to play on Live at the Bike, you can always come down to the bike and put your name on the list to fill in for any
Alright, we have a game
empty
now.
seats.
1, 2, 3, 5 people. 5 people is almost 1,000.
Nice math.
Yeah.
Will you be my account? Both players.
5-way pot here. King Queen has the best of it, and Brian is going to fire.
$8.50. Too much, Brian, for me to hit my
It's a
straight.
big bet,
Good bet, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you.
and he'll take it down.
I go play cash only when I enjoy this. I go with this guy, Pamela. We have a lot of fun and a lot of...
Billie Jean says, "Can someone explain to me what a 5-5-50 big blind ante means? Sorry, I only play online." Sure, so the blinds are 5 and 5, so $5 and $5 in the usual seats. But the big blind also pays a $50 ante. So there's $60 dead in the pot before there's any action, which makes the game a lot bigger than a typical 5-5 game. And in fact is more like a 15-30 or a 20-40 type of no-limit game. When there's a straddle in this game, that's in the usual position, but it's not a straddle to 10, it's a straddle to 50. So you can see how this makes the game quite big.
You should teach
Limp here from Francisco.
Brian how to play that game.
He knows how.
You know
Candy
how?
isolates.
Put money out there and hopefully you win.
And we've seen this a couple times. She's isolating small with weaker hands,
You want to help you win?
4 players.
which could be troublesome if anybody figures that out. Checks around here. Big John picks up a flush draw here on the turn. He's going to fire, and this should work. And it does.
The old John I see. He's back. Sammy,
I like those
look at what
shitty
you
hands.
did. You created a monster.
I didn't do anything.
Give him bad influence.
Cheesesteak says, so then it's really 55-5? Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's one way of thinking about it. I really think of it like it's a 15-30 game. Pre-flop, something like that. Unless the straddle is on, in which case it's sort of like a 25-50 game. Limp here from Francisco again, and Candy wakes up with kings.
Every time Candy races.
That's no fun.
She does use another relatively small sizing here, which I guess is
3.
is good after she used a small sizing also with 7-6 suited.
Two amigos,
Gets a
one
call from
shot.
Big John, and Francisco comes along as well. Queen 8-8 flop. Still a good spot for Candy. Big John comes along.
Heads up.
Great turn card for Candy. Who's probably hoping that John has a queen. Fortunately, he does not.
5.
And how you fold like a good boy.
All right.
She bets 500, which is one approach that I think is reasonable to target smaller full houses. I think going quite big there to target Queen X is also a good play.
Right on the flop.
Big John with Ace Jack wasn't going to pay off a bet of any significant size there, though. And Candy is going to win this one.
700.
Really?
No, I better not. I think I have like 8-6.
You did? Missed opportunity.
I'd like to get one.
You straddle Francisco.
All right, I got it.
Easy hand.
Natty Witt says, mashed like. Thank you. If y'all could smash that like button, we'd appreciate it.
Oh, no, man.
Oh,
300.
Pocket nine, kitty.
I don't feel
no,
well.
I have a 9.
You don't want me to feel well. If I feel well, I'll achieve it for again. I was sick this morning.
Why is you on that part of the bathroom?
Kitty, you've been married 7 years?
Yes. Good girl. Only once. Only once in my whole life. I will never marry a second time.
I've been married 35 years.
Really? Yeah, for three times?
3 different ones.
Fiskman says, Charlie, please tell Candy I said hi. Yeah, I'll mention that to her.
How about you, Francisco?
This is my second marriage.
Locally once.
Good time.
32 years of marriage, so
32 years.
Jam says, why are some people wearing masks and some aren't? They are not required if you are vaccinated.
Let's call 150.
Yeah, I think you raised.
Race here from Brian.
Straddle 50. Mid
Oh.
150.
Can I restructure? No? I really think you should raise.
Kitty just calls with Ace Jack suited. Interesting flop. Up and down straight draw for Brian. Top pair, top kicker for Kitty.
425.
What did I miss?
Well, so everything. You were gone forever.
Gianluca, thank you for the donation.
I was chilling with Ken.
She keeps playing up there?
Yeah.
Call from
so
Kitty
Mike.
here.
What did you guys do to Mike?
Nothing.
Because he left here. I don't know.
He don't lose nothing.
No, I didn't say
straddled,
lose.
that's what
but
Turn goes
why
check,
did he
check.
leave?
Because we
Why you
straddled.
play that
Why
way,
did
right?
he leave?
Yeah.
Because we straddled?
I don't know.
How did
The
he
game
know?
out there is not even that good. This game is so much better.
Kitty's going to bet, and I think I like betting small if you are going to bet.
it's okay with service.
475.
She does go about a third pot,
Against him, he has set of 7.
which is a good play.
I always have this.
Brian backs into a pair here. I don't know how often he's good, though. Even against a small sizing like this.
Nice hand, Sammy. 9K pot. Good job. I mean, what's middle set, bottom set? What'd you?
Ace 7-3.
He does call, and Kitty takes down a $2,300 pot.
No, there's an ace. Ace 7-5.
Wow, what a bad flop for
Vince Franco says, why not just make it a 25-50 game? I don't know the exact answer to that, but my impression is that a lot of players get involved in this game who probably would not sit down in a 25-50 game.
We're doing mandatory straddle.
So it invites maybe a more diverse group of players to sit down and play some fairly high-stakes poker.
Well, I asked you to go smoke, you made the right decision.
That's the percent. You smoke, and I want that. Like,
The danger also with a 25-50 game is that frequently a straddle will go on, and it'll be a $100 third blind game, and that's just a really big game that not a lot of players are rolled for. Here the straddle is only to $50.
Oh, thank you.
Quarter to foot long.
Raise from Kitty, call from Harry, and Harry flops best here. Check, check on the flop. And on the turn. And Kitty fills up on the river. She quickly bets, and I think having played it the way you did as Harry, you probably have to call. He looks quite weak. This is one of the better hands he would have in this situation. He does call, and is going to see that he got rivered.
For some reason, I was a straw finish at 2 seconds.
That hand?
Beef and chicken. We could like get half and half.
Oh, shit, I'll take the beef. Thank you.
It's a 555 straddle on.
Oh, no, I don't need that. You want that? Oh, then I'll give it to you.
Oh, I mean, I'll eat it.
Yeah, take it. I don't need it. I'll eat this. Thank you.
If you want a good table for eating, there's tables in the corner. Harry.
He doesn't
Oh,
pay.
no, no, I wasn't here.
He doesn't pay 110 and he wants it. I think it goes to 3. You understand? Go your side.
There's like bigger ones over here, though. So if it's easier for you, that's selfish.
that beef kebab is really good.
I go get this.
Not bad.
Limps from Big John and Harry.
Yeah. This is higher. Let me move it to your side.
This is
It's going to bring along the blinds as well.
check. Thank you.
Deuces are still the best hand, right? Candy hits top pair on the turn. Gutter for Francisco. And a flush draw for Harry. Candy fires. John and Harry call. And Harry makes his flush on the river.
$225.
Checks to him.
Flush.
A nice small bet, which I think is good. Targeting a couple of ranges that are not especially strong. And a nice little pot for Harry.
Nice river there.
I'm Rapper, I Know Mike says, just want to say I really enjoy your commentary. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
thanks.
I don't think you're chugging.
Lido says this game seems to move fast with the action. Is there some requirement for the players to move along and not Hollywood? No, there's no requirement. In our Friday games, we use time chips. But I think just generally, if a player is a perpetual tanker, it probably would not be invited back.
Only because Brian Tosh is going to win.
Race here from Big John, 3 calls.
Oh, no, it's okay.
How much it was?
Oh, yeah?
It was 550.
Ace Jack's still the best hand. Gutter for Harry.
No, gonna be a, the level's gonna be
Okay,
very
sorry. I
nice.
can't see past those chips.
And every guy, you ever played with Bill the plumber, right?
Yeah, yeah, he's nice.
And Harry picks up
Nice.
I know.
second pair here.
These two guys.
He's going to bet. Sammy now open-ended, but he lets it go.
Queen what?
And Harry takes this one.
Yeah, Jack.
Edward Lennon says, do they have a low-stakes game for Live at the Bike? Not really. Most Thursdays, there is a 5-10 game, which is the smallest one we're offering right now.
Yeah, that's right.
They did have smaller games in the past, but right now, smallest game is 5-10.
And if you want to put $50 down,
They 1K to 3K buy-in.
He's a nice person.
Oh, you were hoping to get on wet.
Yeah.
And
Everybody's a nice person when they're sleeping.
they don't even move.
Not me.
No, most
They're
of
beautiful
people,
people when they're sleeping.
most people are not here, but they have some angry people here.
Right, Sammy?
What is that?
Everybody's really nice when they're sleeping.
Couple of calls here.
Okay.
Wayne, thank you, Ron. I appreciate it very much. You know what I missed not eating here the longest time?
And we're going to go to a flop 5
Do they
ways.
still have it or no? So,
They should.
Yeah.
carrot here.
Another one of those flops where nobody has a whole lot. Harry, the equity favorite here. Big John picks up a 3 on the turn. Francisco now has a
Wayne, are you a
gutter
nice
and
person?
calls. And a brick on the river.
Good hand. No.
John bets small and Francisco lets it go.
Nice block.
Nice run, Johnny boy.
You think the Rams could win this year?
King 6 is good.
Probably. I have to they could win.
Who?
Rams.
No, I don't like the Rams.
Only because the quarterback they hired, I like him.
Yeah.
Who did they hire? I don't even know.
The guy from Detroit is
Oh, they got him?
Yeah.
Really? Matt,
Matt Stafford, he's,
Stafford. Yeah, he is good.
he can pour some points on, man. That guy can-
Yeah.
He stayed for many years at Detroit. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they actually finally started having some decent defense. But, I don't know. Their division is tough. You know, you have the Saints in your division, you have
Bunch of limps again.
the Bears in your division, and you have Minnesota in your division.
Flush draw here for Francisco. Top pair for Sammy
Minnesota and New Orleans.
and Big John.
Green Bay, Minnesota, and Bears.
There you go, yeah.
And Francisco
100.
picks up a queen on the turn.
3 players.
And trips on the river.
I'm going to say I'm a ladies' man. 300.
Queen.
It's a call from Sammy.
Finally, I win a hand.
And this $1,100 pot is going to go to Francisco.
Como estaba el otro
Once you fold it?
maíz, todo me cae mal. No, me agarro hand y me la tumban. Ese es el que me hizo él. Yo traía los padres.
Here I give you back the flop. If I back the flop, it's more expensive. This is first draw.
So, which thing you think could be dog context the favorite?
I don't know, man. I have
Oh,
to
you
see.
never
I
see
don't know who traded where. There's a lot of players moving around. That's why I want to spend a little time, like, observe, you know? By the time you get back, we'll do it. We'll have plenty of time.
Pocket Kings here for Candy.
170.
No limps this time. She raises it to 175. And doesn't get any action.
I don't think that will work good. I don't want to give you a bad lighter. Are they sure there are All-Star games on this channel?
No, not this channel.
It's either on Fox or ESPN, I think.
This is ESPN.
Well, it's not gonna be till what, 6 o'clock?
5, I think. No, 5:30 maybe?
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
Call from Francisco. Dory isolates with pocket sevens. Big John and Harry come along. Francisco folds. Big John takes the lead here on the flop.
400.
300, 400, oh yep, back to 400.
Those are the chip lands.
And
If it rolls all the way
bets
back
and
to
gets a
you,
couple of quick folds.
Fox and ESPN 2, okay?
It's on ESPN 2?
And Fox. And Fox at 4 days. Yeah, Fox, ESPN 2.
What?
Fox and ESPN.
What is it on right now?
Do you need a PA?
5 more or 5 more?
Do you need a PA?
You should just watch that.
I can be your assistant.
A poker assistant?
I'm too expensive.
I drive you crazy.
I drive you crazy.
Bojangles33 says, any low stakes on stream anytime soon? I'm a new poker vlogger. Play lower stakes. Would love to mix it up on stream. Not that I know of. Feel free to let us know what your vlog is called, though. I wish you luck with it. Raise here from Big John.
Me and Big John, why not?
How about jump set?
I figure.
We'll let you get there.
Okay.
Tyler Delcato is Bojangles33. Just put up his debut vlog today. Tyler Delcato played a $1,900 pot versus Brad Owen. Cool. Where were you? In Vegas somewhere, probably.
I never see you play a lot of Friday. You always play.
Yeah, I played last Friday.
Arizona. Nice.
I played last Friday.
Well, congrats.
Thursday.
Good luck with the vlog.
Thursday and found out. And I played Tuesday here. It's 2 days already. And then Friday, usually I play with my friends, Mexican poker. House,
Wait,
eh?
are we not your friends?
So there's 3 days.
What's your friend's husband? Good?
Yeah, I go when it's a lot of action.
Yeah, but
It's too many days. So I
the rate is probably too high, right?
no. It's a Mexican poker, different poker. It's not.
Probably no rate. They're just friends playing. No one's benefiting from the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, yeah, $15 per match. But it's
Yeah, but that goes like for food and all that.
yeah,
cash.
yeah, yeah.
What's $15?
It's nothing. Other places they charge you 150 per hand.
Yep.
That's stupid.
4 players.
No way you're gonna win if we're 150 per hand.
Candy with middle pair has the best of it here.
Yeah, every hand, some of those are 150.
Yeah, but what happened? They don't.
They got like 50, 60 grand probably.
Well, last time when I went with Nick and Brian and Ryan.
And 5-3 still good.
25 per hand.
Fair.
Too much. It's too much. All the poker players.
Now they have a very hard time to get the game.
You know why they charge so much rate?
Why?
Because 10% of the players in the first 6 months don't pay their debt. And the house complains about how people are not paying, but then who ends up paying is the people that are playing. So they keep boosting up the rate to compensate for all the players that are not paying the rate. So if you're a paying player, you're actually paying for all the players.
Yeah.
You're not only paying for a high rate, but then in addition to that, you're paying for
That's
all the
true. That is true.
all the players that are not paying. That's how it is, man.
Well, and Nick and Ryan group, I think everybody pay. And they still charge me.
Yeah, but look at how many people's burn them. A lot.
225.
Oh, before. Now,
Oh, I know.
nobody.
Yeah, they still got some. They got over 100.
Yeah, but for the house.
Raise from Harry here on the button.
You'll have
Yeah.
what?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're gonna,
How
yeah,
much is
you're
a
gonna,
rate here?
any other business you have.
If we
You
go
got,
all
I'm
the way
sure
to
in
the
your
river,
business, you got
it's
people that don't pay you for
If we go all the way to the
the work
river,
you
it's
do on their
$8.
cars.
That's the casino.
Over there, both of them. Get
They
paid.
charge me
just started.
$25 per hand.
Send me show now.
Perfect time to
They, so it's what?
You
So
would
now
have won
it's very
another
hard to
9,000.
get
You don't need it.
Why you hurt him like that? You paid up on this. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, perfect timing.
Guys gonna be there. And
Bojangles says live at the bike, and Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen got me into poker, and I've been having a blast ever since. Glad we could help. And yeah, that's nice to hear. Thank you.
What happened? What happened?
They said if I
Enjoyed Brad's recent vlog about his experience playing
Not
You would have had that hand.
25K
Just
heads-up tournament where he faced off
last
against
time you didn't leave, you wanted
Daniel DeVoris.
250 inside, 300 total.
Aces.
I'm gonna walk away. Maybe I can get it.
Couple calls, and Sammy wakes up with the queens and puts in the raise to 250.
I've lived a long
Oh, no. My luck will run out against Candy.
Oops.
that's a call. That's a call.
I'm thinking about this one.
Kitty, you don't play a lot of cash though, or do you?
I play only 5 weekend. Only 5
Oh,
weekend.
really?
Yeah.
You
I
must
play,
make the right decision.
I like
Francisco gonna come along here.
I play like
Make the right decision.
for more poker. Otherwise, I don't play. I play too many tournaments. If I don't play, if I play a cash game every day, I have no time.
Yeah, because tournaments, you gotta look at those. If,
325.
you know, if you happen to go 3 days,
Sammy.
I mean, you can't,
No,
you can't
like I
commit to
say,
anything else.
if you
It's about
play
half pot here.
You don't enjoy the game. So when I go back to table, I want fresh.
Francisco calls, maybe with some sort of plan to take it away on the turn.
But I like
Picks
here,
up a
so
6.
I play here every week. Yeah. But if I know you're here, I will come every week too.
Just bring in 10-7.
Follow picture. Follow
Sammy now
picture.
checks.
Two ways to take that.
You say you want to be
1100.
professional poker player in 2 years, right?
And Francisco fires
Yeah, we got 2
huge.
years. Yeah, we got 2 years.
No, I'm training you. After 2 years, you will survival.
That was
Yeah, but
amazing, bro.
if I'm good at this,
If I
no,
only
then
knew
I'll
that,
play. I
you
like
know,
to be a
appreciate
good.
Still a ton of draws out there, and Sammy calls.
Learn
Can you break this down?
in 2 years.
Francisco turning his 6 into a bluff here, seemingly. Certainly when he uses this sizing.
He's calling.
He's not value betting.
Scaring me, you guys. Do you know the
Jack on the
medicine
river.
how many times you eat at once? How many hours? The medicine you give to me. I should take a one. My eyes also cannot read. I don't wear my glasses.
Clubs have bricked. A lot of straight draws have to pair now, and Francisco gives up. And Sammy wins a $3,400 pot. Sam Safar says, "Who is Dory?" She is.
Did you learn poker from Ante?
I guess I don't know a lot about her personally. She's a grinder who plays a lot in LA. Plays a lot of 510 and
Took all my money.
510 20 and those kinds of stakes.
Who better to bang you than a friend? Just think about it.
Huh?
Thanks, Sammy.
At least if you run out of money, you can always ask to borrow.
I'm so sorry.
Played with her
Pay you back for friendship.
a bunch
At
at
that time, 2010, I went back for good from the US.
various casinos here in LA, as well as
I didn't
in
have
Oceanside
anything
during
last time. I
quarantine, or during COVID when the casinos in LA were still closed.
Hey, there's a poker game. I love poker. I love playing poker since I was in the US. There's a poker game. It's a small game. I said, okay. I thought it's about like 500, 1,000 US dollars. Shit, I came, the blind was 2.5 US. 2.5 US, but the pre-flop race is like $300. So people losing it is like 20,000 US dollars or something. I was like, damn fuck, I don't want to
Raise here from Francisco.
That's like
It's a
our
big
meeting.
raise. Candy wakes up with jacks.
It doesn't matter the blind.
$20 in the pot.
They said it's
It'll be
2.5
like
the blind.
10,000 by the way.
How can I be scared of 2.5? Someone loses like 40,000, 30,000.
She calls.
Wow.
Wow, 200, 600.
250, 605.
No, it looks like she's put in a 3-bet here.
Oh, shit.
You know, Sammy, you know what they do with the jungle, right? When there's an animal that's bleeding, you know what the rest of the animals do?
What?
No,
They
no,
circle him
605.
and eat him. So they see that Francisco losing every hand, and he gets raised every fucking time. Francisco's like,
And you know this.
So
these
Candy
old
does
games,
put in a 3-bet.
they
It's
raise
pretty
it,
small.
All those guys slow roll everything.
Big John cold calls it, and Francisco also comes along.
Flop is jack.
10 high
jack,
flop
jack,
could
jack.
spell trouble for Francisco.
I have pocket 3. We went all in on the flop. He said, how many times you want to run? He said 4 times. I said, okay. He got pocket jack.
oh, that's
I'm drawing that for 4 times.
oh man, that's
God
crazy.
damn it.
bro. That's ridiculous.
You'll be tilted like shit.
Candy bets 1,000.
And everybody will just laugh at you.
Francisco calls as Big John gets out of the way. Oh wow, trips for Francisco. Now it's Candy who's in trouble. She quickly checks. But I don't see how she can just check and give up here.
Yes.
18.
And then probably a lot of people play credit, right?
Depends.
Not a huge bet from Francisco.
When they're deep, they play. Usually, when they're deep, the players on the table that are playing for the house, they play crazy because they want maximum rate,
Yeah.
and they're also.
And Candy calls, understandably, I think.
Because the recreational
Brick on the
player
river.
is winning a big pot, he doesn't pay attention. So whatever the maximum rate is, they drop probably double, triple. Because that guy's
And now
so happy
Francisco
that he
only has
won.
about half pot back. Candy leads at this. Francisco moves in. Candy quickly calls. And Francisco gets a full double up pot of almost $14,000.
Oh, it's so sick. What a sick turn. Wow, what a sick turn.
There was already so much money in there by the time that 10 hit the turn that Candy's fate may have been sealed.
55?
She doubles up Francisco as the river is a brick.
How do you put him on that, you know? Like, you raise pre-flop, you get a call, you know?
I never counted once. If I go in, I go get the one.
It's disrespectful to count the ones. I don't
I never
respect
do
people
that.
that say,
I never
well,
do
I wanna know, like,
Even win or lose.
if the
I
dealer
count the
grabs
people.
my ones, I'll say leave it
I
alone.
want to keep
I
my
usually
ones.
would say leave it alone, like, it's his job to do it, but I just,
No,
right?
even when
Especially with players who play all the time.
Even when I win, I just keep it one because I love it.
You're riding home?
I love it. But even when I lose,
Joe F says, did Candy lead jam on river? I think she led for $2,000.
shit, finally I get a hand.
And Francisco went all in for about $3,300.
What do you have, kings?
Right, Kings.
I had a big pocket.
Okay.
Probably Kings.
I'm not sure I get her decision to lead the river, but I'm not sure it makes a difference either when these are the two hands and there's that little depth behind.
My son is watching me. I have to behave now. I have to behave now.
All in dark. All in dark. Be like Daddy.
Sam Safar, thank you for the kind words.
I don't want my son to become a liar.
Am I thinking about when I come here? Otherwise, you stay hotel every time it's annoying.
All right, John.
When you know I have a hand.
Raise from Candy.
Very easy to read. Francisco.
Very easy to read.
How do you bluff you then?
I think this went raise, call, call.
She bet 1,000 on the floor. You make it 18.
Is it not what you bluff a river after she called it?
Well, actually I go all in. I didn't know she bet.
She didn't bet, she called.
She
On
called.
the, no, on the river.
No, she
No,
called.
she first. She bet.
No, you all in first.
You went all
No,
in, she
no,
called.
no, you're wrong.
Candy picks up a
She bet.
monster draw to go along with her pair here on the turn.
You already
But
bet.
no, but I did be. And almost in the same time.
She's not gonna fold in.
But I thought I was first. I said all in.
Okay.
But she already put 2,000.
You were
2,000 is the bet.
No, cut off.
No, she was first to.
Oh, that was one.
Yeah, I
hand
got the
before.
worst here.
Just one blind. That was one.
Brian going for it here with absolutely nothing, or not absolutely nothing, but pretty close.
She was small blind.
Very strange.
She was a small.
Yeah, the button I think was here or here. I don't know. But
Memorize.
I was.
Memorex.
I had like 2,000 something. Like no 3,000.
Candy in no mood to fold, I'm sure.
Eight and
Definitely does not have the hand to fold either.
you know.
I'm still down.
Yeah,
I forget how much.
He's still down like
I
10K.
feel better now.
He's still down like 10K. I think. You buy him twice, 5K.
Oh, I'll buy more than.
Big John does have outs to a jack here, but I don't see how he can continue really.
Well, the thing is, at least I win the hand. If the game is over, it's okay. Two more we play. Many.
You can never look at the end of the session.
Please don't put it.
He does fold.
It's all psychological. How much you're up, how much you're down at the end of the session when you're like playing the next day and you're playing 2 days later or whatever, you know?
So how much I had? 30 what? 100?
I didn't count.
And Candy gets there on the river.
30.
Clear bets all in.
I would say you're probably still down about 7,000, 8,000.
Brian goes all in.
Oh, it's 1,100 more. That was too bad.
Well, you never found out if the AC works or no?
No, never war.
It's pretty hot in here, huh?
Oh, I see. The graphic was wrong. It wasn't a 9 of spades on the turn. It was a deuce of spades.
Big time mistake.
Around there's
I
balls.
got to the ice, yeah.
We're under his balls. Then you feel calm.
Are your balls getting roasted?
And
Mine, huh?
Wallen?
If I feel
I'm not sure what happened there. That's very confusing.
Don't push it.
I'm like thinking a lot.
Oh, yeah.
no way to explain what I just saw. And I suspect the graphics were incorrect somewhere. Brian takes this pot. And Candy's frustrations continue. Isaac Pogo says, so who exactly is Kitty Quo? She's been around both the tournament scene and the cash game scene for a really long time. Has a decently big following on social media as well. Is from Taiwan, but travels around the world playing poker.
Yeah.
And I think she'll say that she lives in Las Vegas, but doesn't really live anywhere. Because she's always on the road.
Now it's 2-1.
No, but it was
2-0 versus then 2-1.
But it was in 2 in Phoenix, 2 here, 2-2, and then 1-1-1.
4 total.
Casey Carter said she folded a pair of tens, missed her flush. He bet all in on river after she flatted.
4 total.
I think it's going to get to games.
Did she not make a straight? I guess she didn't. If
I think it's going to get
You like Milwaukee?
if the turn was not a 9.
I like Milwaukee, honestly. I'm a Laker fan. I'm a Laker and
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. The graphics just weren't correct.
But
Joe, I gotta go make
you what a bet I take Phoenix. You know?
the Phoenix 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah, the bet is what, 220? No,
Just
well,
go even 210, because you found it at 200, my account is
it's 210. That's 200, I found 200, 2 to 1.
So go plus.
Driver 3311 says, "Totally your fault. We forgive you, though. Thank you."
You pay 210, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Let me think.
If we bet 2,000, I put
Sammy, let me borrow
you
your lighter.
200.
Stay here.
4,200.
Don't come.
Chat saying that Candy missed straight and flush on the river and just had a pair of tens. Brian shoved and got it through. Race here from Dory. Bunch of calls.
Why do you ask me, Kitty, do I learn from Ken? I play like Ken? No?
No, you better than Ken.
You're better than Ken.
4 players.
Not flush draw for Sammy. Pocket 6 is still ahead.
He is crazy.
You don't know how lucky is Ken.
I know.
He went all in $20,000 US with 6-9 offsuit. He shot the guy.
400.
The guy was asking the guy call. He hit 6-9. Not crazy.
I know.
Checks to Sammy with his nut flush draw.
Like, fuck.
He checks. Candy, who has a backdoor nut flush draw, calls. Interesting turn. So both players with nut flush draw in different suits.
Nobody can pick that one. It's okay, it's okay.
No, it ain't okay.
You know what? You should
Candy
play-
leads at this.
You should be the
Unorthodox play.
and put it under his ball. Big time ball.
Could work for her if she wants to keep firing.
And then put it under your ball and you feel comfort.
Right here, right in the net.
And your neck.
We see that she has the best hand anyway.
I lose, I think. You don't know flash draw?
And she's going to win it even without bluffing.
Oh my god. He can play.
Oh, it was an amazing reaction.
Candy,
That's great. So Candy gets a little bit out of line. Sammy can't believe it.
Alvin?
I don't mean to laugh, Sammy, but the face you made, the face you made when you looked and saw that you're
Pero
cooking.
1100 más.
Oh, man.
Te lo quita por todo.
Thank you, Sammy.
1100.
Yeah. Ahora mucho más.
Si no, sí puede que me llame todo.
555, 750.
Y fíjese que sí pensé que a lo mejor le pegaba 10. Pero, ya, pero dije, bueno, ni modo. That was ready.
Sammy making a face at the table that we've
Going with ace-9, huh?
all felt deep inside before, but usually make some effort to hide.
125, or no, sorry, 100.
Last time we heard, no pros allowed, okay?
Okay, no pros allowed.
No pros allowed.
Aces for Big John.
You're a pro.
I'm a pro.
I saw your name.
Yeah, I'm a pro. I'm a pro only my name.
You have all the white chips. You know what this means? You steal everyone's fucking blind. 300.
300 is the bet.
And John's going to fire for almost pot here. Dory just defended her straddle to a min raise.
I like Big John. If you have any puppy, you can let me know. I follow you.
If you have a lot of chips, it just means you're rich. If you have all the white chips.
She's going to raise.
Oh, okay.
See, Harry, no white chips. He's a fun player.
With top two pair.
Oh, okay.
You steal their blind.
Jam for Big John.
Only pros steal blind.
And
I never read your range. I just like it, really like
this is a pretty clear call if she knows much about the way Big John plays, but she may not.
You what?
I block jacks and tens. You have fives. Aces. You have fours.
It's certainly going to be a call against almost anyone
All right, they're going to run it
who
twice,
isn't
right?
like the nittiest player in the world.
Twice.
Sit them over.
They're going to run this twice, it sounds like.
Fine.
What? You're not ready for me?
He's my friend.
And Dory's going to win them both. So a $9,000 pot for Dory. After she flops top two pair and cracks Big John's aces.
You want more money?
Losing, bro.
That's running that one flop.
You want more? I don't have
What
you
happened
buy
to
it.
cash?
How much you want? 3. 110
Give me
or
cover.
5?
Give me cash. I give you a chip. What you want?
How much you want? 5?
Yeah.
Wherever you want.
See, big hands. I hate big hands like that.
Bye.
Yeah,
Can you get a 5%?
John, 3,500.
But you give it chance.
James Cole says, Charlie, what's the biggest stakes you have played and how long did it take you to build up to that game? After we went off stream last week,
I could feel
in
part
this
of the
Ante
wind
game,
around
we
the room.
were briefly
She said
playing
Jackson and
5, 50, 100, and that is the biggest I've ever played.
Yeah, John. Give me 5K.
Won a 17K pot
All right, so here's 5,000.
after the stream ended last week.
So I give my shit.
So I don't know. I mean, I've been playing live cash games since late 2015. So I guess it took almost 6 years. Certainly could go faster, could go slower.
Anybody want to do? Anybody want?
It's all about your own journey and the availability of big games in whatever market you're in. I spent the first 3 years, I played cash game poker in Ohio where there's just, I've never heard of a game with a $100 blind in it.
250.
Oh, I wasted all my run good last week.
3 players.
That wasn't a slow roll, everybody. I mean, Dory said what her hand was
3 players,
before
self-included.
the turns and rivers were even dealt, and then waited for John to turn over his cards, which she's entitled to do, and then exposed her cards. You could accuse her of nit rolling, I think, maybe a little bit, but slow rolling, no.
Here, you want me to deal you in?
Wait, man, you better look you good.
You've gotten looking very different.
Everybody overbooked. One game, everyone can wait to see.
Yeah, post first. Like, I will can retreat. You post first, I can retreat tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll tell them. It's all right. The thing's all right. They're YouTube.
Doomguard on Twitch says, slow roll has bad intent. She just didn't snap call due to inexperience, which I take to mean inexperience with playing with Big John, which I think is absolutely what happened. She just probably doesn't know his game very well, and took a second to call, which is totally fine. And definitely not any sort of ill intent.
No, we're okay. We're playing this new.
Nothing else, only a bow.
How about white?
This is a different
You
game.
choose where you want to put it.
How about white? This is well the same color as one. White t-shirt.
Daisy time.
Aggressive.
Oh, they pro.
This is Candy. Here's her cane. 450.
Michelle in the YouTube chat is Dory. Yeah, she announced what she had. It was not a slow roll.
Who raised? You're playing with?
No. Big John.
Oh.
Big one, John. 425.
450.
How much rent here is roughly in downtown? 1 bedroom? Okay.
4 players.
4 ways to the flop.
Maybe get lucky for like.
Ace-high flush draw for Francisco. Overpair for John.
That's probably like 5 or 5.
Candy does like to get weird with 7-deuce off every once in a while. I've been the victim of a big bluff with 7-deuce from her. This time she's going to get 2 calls though.
3 players.
Candy somehow turns some equity here. She does not bet. John now takes over the betting lead.
Oh, you had given your side, that's why.
Please beat us, Francisco.
Francisco calls.
How much?
1,400.
And Candy calls too with an open-ended straight draw.
Beautiful.
Everybody whiffs the river. Pocket 10s are still good.
I have a long time I didn't play.
All in. 2450.
2450 all.
And Big John only has about a third pot behind and shoves. Nothing Candy can do here, I don't think. And she lets it go. A $10,600 pot for John with pocket 10s.
I don't think that wins somebody else, no?
The board is all right, but it's just too much raising.
No, I said,
Get out there.
give it a 1.
I have a good hand. I cannot beat that one.
Betting draw.
I give you my lucky money, remember?
Thank you. That's what it is. And thank you for praying for me.
Mr.
That's what did it.
Zom says, Charlie, so is this live or a replay? I'm commentating with you live. The poker you see on screen was played
Corporation.
about 2 hours ago.
You need a big
So we are live.
big hand.
And given that Michelle is replying, who is Dory, Michelle's real name is, or excuse me, Dory's real name is Michelle. That's her. Natalia Herbert says Candy should have shoved.
145.
He may have folded. I really doubt it. He only had about a third pot behind. She's probably just giving away $2,400 if she shoves there. If John has 10K behind, it's different. But he didn't.
What's the house juice on that?
300?
What's the house juice?
James Cole says, it's cool to have the players interact in the chat. I agree, it is cool. There was a 5-10 game I was commentating a few weeks ago where we had, I think, 3 different players in the chat, which was pretty awesome.
Everybody been asking me.
Usually the guy that host pays it for everybody.
The guy who's probably gonna win it pays it, that's it.
The winner has to back pay the juice.
Congratulations, you won.
That's who won.
Give us half.
We had 30 people want to play that didn't go. 30 people.
Take out David's brothers.
See how hard is the schedule? You know how hard it is?
No, he have a certain.
No, a lot of people get mad because I don't put them.
I know, that's all these games. They get mad because they can't get in.
Yeah.
And then we say we're coming, then we're not.
Yeah, exactly.
No, for me, I go.
Bunch of limps here.
I know, I love you guys who are like
I
stable.
make sure they come in because if one of my players doesn't come, I never invite no more.
And John raises it up with pocket sixes. Gets 3 quick calls.
Oh, well, you go ahead and double again.
4 players.
But we use real money, right?
And an ace high flop that no one's going to be that excited about. Pocket 8's still the best hand.
Oh, I was the last one.
Second to last.
I thought I was.
King on the turn, and now both Jack 10s have a gutter.
See, it goes clockwise from the button.
And somehow pocket 8's still the best hand here. And Sammy's going to take this one.
Hi, I'm good. Pocket 7.
No, just kidding.
Oh, that's nice.
It's nice to win sometimes.
It's nice to check.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, too many people want to play that game because
don't have to
I
get
told
Five,
everybody want to
55, do this.
Somebody got 200.
We play nice, we play
And
good.
even the guys in the
Jeffrey Shing says sashimi, Ron, Israeli Ron, and some other girl. Yeah, I think I don't remember seeing Israeli Ron in the chat, although he was playing in that game. It was sashimi. Colleen was in the chat, and Lexi, I believe. We're all in the chat. There was a long
No, because he asked me to
debate between Colleen and various folks in the chat about a hand that she played.
Because you want people to watch, right?
No, because you're his friend.
And no, I also promote on Twitter. Like people watch. You want the people to watch. So I promote Twitter a lot. Hi, John.
Okay, get in here, take me out of 50.
Yeah.
Oh.
For you.
I didn't even have, I just was gonna get lucky.
There's another, Kitty, there's another one time Ken went all in with 5-4. He showed the guy had to get 4.
Oh, really?
They called us, of course he called, right? All in bring up like 10,000 each. River 5, they make crazy.
I think Ken is a crazy player, but he knows how to play. Yeah.
No, he knows how to play, but he's crazy sometimes.
Cool.
Ken.
He likes bluff a lot.
Hey,
Crypto Collects on Twitch says, what is the min buy-in for this game? It's $2,000.
Maybe like crazy.
En esa mano trae las de oro. Not flash. Si cae un doro, me lo llevo. That's why I keep calling.
my turn?
Yes, sir. 200.
Raise from Sammy.
One day I win with this hand.
Call from Big John
That's why I call.
and Francisco.
Yeah, tomorrow gonna be a fun day, eh?
Oh yeah.
Who's gonna be in the booth?
Do I think it's gonna be me?
You play tomorrow?
No, he commentated. He talks shit. He basically
Gonna be
It's like
fun,
final,
yeah.
Kitty Quill, Final Table, WPT, blah, 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 blah.
Gilbert Palmer, David Liu,
Kitty Quill.
5200.
Iracha, these two guys, who else?
Kitty Quill?
Yeah.
And Sammy flops the best of it. That's the flop.
Daniel.
How much did you do sitting goal? You guys played $5,000 sitting goal.
And fires the turn as well. And Big John lets bottom pair go.
They can.
Ay,
That's good, right?
Yeah.
That's really good, right?
How much is it?
That figure we're trying is worth.
This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you tonight on Live at the Bike. Find me on Twitter at Third Walking, THIRD Walking. Check out my podcast, which is called Third Man Walking.
Yeah.
We already let the pro in, man. Sorry, generous on that.
That's a hell of a deal.
Yeah, 200 is pretty
Yeah,
cheap, right?
it's easy.
Because I feel like wherever you do, like, even in Vegas for sitting goal, it's like
Do you have the structure?
$1,000.
Do you have the structure already?
Send it to you right now?
Yeah.
Can we send it to you right now?
Yeah. Well, I don't. Yeah,
Can I
but
see?
they keep it.
I need to
I can send
make,
it to you. I can.
I want to make sure the structure is right because
It's the same one from the. We
Yeah,
got it
another
from
one
the-
very good.
We got it
One of
from
them
the
wasn't good.
WPT
Eh?
One of
website.
them wasn't good though, remember?
So, last time couple players wasn't like Big John wasn't good. That's happy with the structure because you can still.
What's
The
the
game
payout?
was end before 4 hours.
You help me with it.
Yeah, but you miss couple.
Let me get it right now.
Lip here from Candy.
What's the payout?
Brian
20,
isolates,
13,
9-8
7.
off.
Sure.
The payout gonna be 20, 13, 3 players.
Candy calls. And a gutter here for Brian. Not much for Candy.
You said it was 23 before.
Yeah, before it was 9 people. Now it's
275.
only 8.
how much is the rate?
20, 13, 7.
How much is the rate?
200. But we play separate. It's not from the 5K.
200?
Candy not in the mood to fold right now.
No, last time we pay more.
What the fuck?
Picks up a gutter, but Brian picks up
200
second pair. Check on the turn, and 5 of diamonds on the river
Now it's only
brings in
5K.
backdoor diamond draw.
I think 900 is very
20,
reasonable.
13, 7.
Candy bluffs at this, but Brian picks it off with a pair of 8s.
Hey, why do you like to smoke clothes?
really
Get in here.
It's because I leave my cigar in the plant. Oh, I have nowhere else to put it.
Vanilla price, 110.
Huh?
Vanilla price, 110.
Hey, you wanna play?
So tomorrow's a sit and go Francisco?
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Too bad you couldn't do 10, so it's
I want to play afterwards. I'm not going to be able to come in. I wanted to play tag team with Ken, but he doesn't want to play. Why, there's seat? There's no seat. You said there's no seat. Are we going to...
Nikolai in the chat. What's going on? Nikolai, aka the accountant, who we last saw on the show on Friday, I believe.
After, maybe, I think so. I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna ask them, and then when I ask them, I call you.
All right, yeah.
How about tomorrow?
Just let me know by like 4:30.
Yeah, I know.
Or 4, yeah.
Right. Or you call me if you forgot.
first, second, because they're gonna chop in.
Big John, it's okay, 20, 13, 7, right? 40K.
Very light raise here from John. Call from Brian. And Harry wakes up with pocket kings.
There is no point in paying the surplus.
You're paying like 40% back.
And puts in the 3-bet to 800.
Okay, 18.
Harry, last time you came back with aces. I know you don't have aces this time, but you got a good hand.
I think
That's an accurate read.
It's 8?
Well, last time, Big John, couple players didn't like it, was so fast.
And nobody has much, so Harry's going to take this one down.
I wanna add 2 more levels.
Smoke it.
Be honest with you, last time.
Was too fast, that's why I'm gonna add 2 or 3 levels more.
I told you.
We got good news. We'll do it 165. So 51.65.
There we
165.
go.
Okay.
We went to absolute bottom.
Okay.
Yeah,
165.
but the social last time is too fast, so make sure you guys
No,
check this time.
a few players they complain. The distraction last
Nobody
time.
complained. I didn't complain. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, speak for yourself, man.
I mean,
You complain, man.
no, I didn't. I don't care how you do it. But everybody was too fast.
No, I didn't do it that way. JJ put that distraction because I want to add three more.
I don't give a shit. I
JJ
did it.
playing?
No, but I
I
only
put my
play
hands,
one.
10 hands.
Big
10
Jet.
hands and we're done.
The longer it goes, the more.
Who's commentating? Who's commentating?
Did Dylan Weissman just do something in the Twitch chat?
Because last time we finished like 4 hours.
I do not know how Twitch works.
So that one
If so, that's pretty cool.
I did.
Yes, you did.
Well,
Most of
you
the time you're
did.
smoking.
Yeah, don't go real
Dylan,
long.
I believe, is a PLO coach for Upswing.
Yeah, Wayne, don't go real long.
Every
We
time I
gotta
go
be here
smoke
for.
in the pot center, we
Yeah,
go
we're
over
4 hours. It's
Go
gonna be like
smoke
Why don't you guys buy me cigars? You guys should pay for my cigars.
Down for it.
That's cool. Welcome.
4.5 hours.
When
we
you're in
have
school
to have two more
or
levels.
when you work, it feels
jump
like
two
9
levels.
hours. It's only 2 hours, you feel like 9 hours. This one, it's 9 hours. You feel like
So a raise here from Big John. Calls from Kitty and Dory.
Replay.
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
Open ender for Dory. Kitty's pocket 4 is still the best hand. Flop checks through.
350.
And Dory fires at this and she'll take it down.
King Jack is good already. Better.
Hey.
John, tomorrow you'll be able to play after the game, no?
Oh, no, I need to get back over. Like, I gotta go back
Okay.
tonight
How
now.
about you, Brian? You don't play after the game, after the show, right? Or you play?
Tonight?
Tomorrow.
I mean, you're gonna drive all the way here and then
We,
leave after
we
the
have
show.
plans,
Traffic
make
is
it,
horrible.
maybe we can have a game, we can buy candy.
I mean, I might play, it just depends. Yeah,
Yeah,
the traffic.
I let you know by 3 o'clock.
Horrible. I mean, how far you gotta drive back?
By 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's,
You have to play like these 2 hours.
yeah, well, what time is it, the freeze out then?
We're gonna have 1:45, like 6,
Yeah,
6:30.
you should play it for like 2.5 hours. Probably 2.5 hours is a good
250.
number for not to be in traffic.
Big John races it up.
Sometimes you play freeze out, you get burned out. But what happens to all the people that bust out early? I mean, they're gonna wanna play. I've always said that Live at the Bike Room should have 2 tables.
I was gonna say that.
This
Yeah.
room should have 2 tables.
No, because they do the live stream.
And Dory wakes up with ace king.
There should be 1
But they
table
can
this way,
alternate.
1 table this way.
Big John's raise is pretty big.
Raise 1,000.
I was going to say that I think calling is
You know,
fine.
that would be really good. The price
Certainly
would be
raising is good
That would
too.
be
Over by her.
You know, a lot of guys get mad and then with me because I didn't put it in the goal, but said, well, I cannot put everybody.
John calls,
There's only 8 players.
Well, we could also alternate.
and
We could do one, a regular one, once every
not a
2
great
weeks.
flop for Dory, although she does have the ace of hearts. It goes check, check,
And alternate, or do put everybody's name in.
and this board has gotten pretty messy for ace king.
And you get to play in all of them. Because well, no, I mean,
No, but the thing is, yeah, the thing is. the
Big
only-
John fires,
the
and
only
it doesn't
way
look like he has a whole lot, but I'm not sure Dory can really do much about it here.
Only actual player.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I told Kitty the only way I put her was he asked me.
I'm an Asian player.
She does fold, which is what I would do as well.
You said you're Asian.
No, you're not.
And Big John takes down
I thought you
a
meant
nice
you're
pot
Asian.
here.
I'm like, okay. You know that.
What's that?
You are not rich.
Who's not?
But you're wonderful to have at the table.
Yes.
Selected be a female, right?
Thank you, John.
No, not
Did,
Trust
Chevrolet.
me, I have plenty of females on my team. Not worried about that. I'm like a home game king. There's a lot of females. in
I
there.
heard a lot of private weekend dealer, the pretty dealer, they don't wear clothes. There was empty on top and dealer like.
That's more like.
I'm not doing that.
You sure about that?
Probably like-
Wow.
That's
Wow.
more like
integrity.
That's
He's
probably
not
like
doing it.
Just about.
No, I have shame, and those are a little bit different.
Good home games, they don't need to do stuff like that.
50 to go.
We'll get you some tests.
I can do it. 200.
Hey kitty, I got 5 deuce. See what I can get. Okay?
337.
I promise I will be sweet.
Kitty opens it up. John announces his hand and calls.
You got a pair,
Oh,
John.
he gonna send me the tractor?
I have it, I'll send it.
You have it? Send me? And I'm gonna tell you
Snap call, huh?
which 2 level
Huh?
we should have.
Snap call, huh?
No, 5 deuce.
Okay, right here. Sure.
Kitty turns trips
Oh, yeah.
and does take it down.
Oh, shit. We got another deuce. We got all
Why cannot?
That's true.
Probably going die always.
Who's gonna play Saturday with you here?
Huh?
Saturday the game here?
Me and Ken.
25-50.
You and Ken and her?
Me and Ken are playing.
I play too.
You playing or no? No, no, you're playing, I know. You're playing or no?
When? Where?
Saturday.
Here?
Yeah.
25, 45, 50.
Sammy, you want Saturday?
Sure. Saturday? Yeah, sure.
Saturday.
Oh, you didn't ask Mike,
I'm
huh?
not
Mike
doing
wants to
LA.
play?
Saturday.
I gotta ask him.
He wanted to.
Okay, well then he gets priority.
Yeah, but can you go tell him because he was a little bit,
I know, I'll talk to him.
yeah. Or I'll talk to him.
Okay.
I'll tell him that you didn't invite him because you already know that he has priority.
Well, yeah, also, like, he was supposed to play like Friday. So, Friday and Saturday.
He says he wants to play all the games,
Okay, so Friday.
every single one.
Good?
Huh?
Good?
25, 25.
Sammy raises it from the first blind.
He's good, but
Everyone's
he's
behind
good
them.
for the game, for sure. I mean, people love playing with Mike.
Big John takes the lead here on the flop.
Francisco loves playing with
Mine
Mike.
needs flop something.
Why?
Diamonds
Huh?
out.
I have diamonds too.
What's mine?
He was playing here earlier.
Oh,
The guy
it's
that
mine.
left.
Oh.
And he bets and takes it down.
If you played with him longer, you'll understand.
Nathan Walsh says, what chips are they tipping with?
But he's
Probably
not
mostly the
little
$1
baby.
chips, which are
He
blue.
don't like a 5-50.
The
Why we don't play
$5 chips are yellow. 25s are purple.
Too baby. You know?
100s are white.
I like it so much.
The 500s are gray or blackish. And thousands are sort of a brown and green kind of color.
My understanding is I'm finishing up the game because
You know it's hard to
they have to pull the other guy out of the floor rotation, and so it's like such a big hassle for them.
Okay, just add one level. Yeah.
Why do I need to run some deals?
Pocket 10s here for Harry.
Man, I want to watch the All-Star game. Any way we can get the All-Star game on Wednesday.
200.
I've been asking the board to like do the air conditioning and everything, they're like not.
So Harry just limps. John makes it 200 from the small blind with ace-king. Pocket 9s for Brian, just
I
calls.
don't like it. I don't like it.
And so does Harry.
Sometimes people
Queen 7-4. Pocket 10s still in the lead.
That's what happens when you
I
lose.
don't.
I check. That's what. Can you tell him that's what happens? You either win or lose.
Checks through, and John picks up top pair on the turn.
Nice hand, John.
Sometimes heads up.
You see, after
hand,
like
you fold.
hour,
I have a pocket pair.
When you lose. Oh, well, no.
San Francisco. After hour is
No, this is
That's pocket
this is
10s.
perfect. That's the way they do in Vegas. Exactly.
I don't know, Jenny, I don't really do
No,
that.
this is perfect.
I do have pocket 10s.
Look at it. You see it?
no. You see,
one-
after
that's
hour
one- that's
is
one
like
hand, that's one.
30 people.
I don't have 2 of them.
It's too
Okay, I'm
Oh, I
short.
got you.
Okay, 5,000, 20-minute level. It's like we cannot spend 7 hours in the show.
We have to increase the rake if they do it too.
Thank you, Harry.
They figure out we don't finish in 4.5 hours. Yeah. Maybe 5, but I don't think so.
You're saying the last two was like. Probably didn't want to make a mistake. It'd be pretty daunting dealing to guys the first time.
Shut up.
What's that?
Nice guy, they say.
Oh, sure.
You guys can be very intimidating.
Can we get Marv to put on the All-Star game if you don't mind?
I will ask him
I
again.
think it's on Fox, Deporte, or ESPN2 or something like that. I'm not sure. They know. They probably have it out there. Oh yeah, whatever channel that is.
Oh.
How much is the raise?
There isn't one
I was
yet.
gonna
50
call.
days.
I was gonna call you. You had 250 in your hand.
I wanted to raise, but I decided this is not a
Yeah, I
private
really
hand.
hope they were, so I called it 50.
Play. So San Francisco.
Check.
Check.
Check around.
Check around.
So the nuts for Sammy here on the turn. In a small pot. He does bet. And a bunch of gutters and small pairs out there. And Candy does give him action.
She loves you.
Pair of tens.
No, I don't think we have plus now.
Sammy's still with the nuts.
7.
And
Is 7 or 8?
7.
Candy
Just understand your English.
has been calling some bets pretty light here tonight. But this is going to be a tough one. Oh, she does call. Wow. So a hero call from Candy, and Sammy takes down a pretty big pot with the nuts.
Playing like a damn ass pro.
Yeah. I'm not a pro, I'm a problem.
25
You're a pro.
$5
You're a pro. That's right, professional.
Candy, I'm not gonna muck your
I'm
hand
a
for you.
problem. I'm a
I
pro.
can't muck your
blend.
hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just.
Did you know that?
What?
Sammy's not a pro. He's a pro.
Problem.
Blend.
Problem.
He's a pro. Blend. Mouth. He's a pro. Blend. Pro. Pro. Blend. Pro. Please. Thank you. You might.
I like that.
Me? I can be sweet.
The way you talk.
How much?
Yeah.
5,000 behind seat 5. Candy's you're going for 5,000.
Go, meow.
You copy?
Put the money in the pot.
Francisco Cordoba.
Let me change.
Say again? Yeah, it's buying on 5,000 more. In transit.
Want some water? Lenny?
She talks more than I do.
Finally, you found.
That's what
Finally
wine
found
does.
somebody, huh?
A little bit of wine, start talking.
Brian doesn't talk a lot.
Yeah, Brian doesn't talk. It's like, damn, you're like having a party at the morgue, you know?
Yeah.
Well, we make
We
him
both
talk
run 'em
about the elk.
Like that song by Oingo Boingo.
250.
How many players? 4?
4?
You make 5. 5 it is.
Here we
I tip you already, right? No, I don't remember.
You did. Yeah.
I always tip at the end, but sometimes
50.
50.
before I said you want to tip 50. No, before.
Not even 50?
So Big John flops a straight here.
No,
Now what the
Bunch of other players with gutters and reasons to continue.
Big John.
Customers.
Francisco doesn't min bet, but basically min bets. Big John raises it up. Gets a couple callers. Trips now for Harry to go along with his open ender. And Big John going to keep firing, which I think I agree with.
King. Oh,
I don't know who called that out, but they got it right. Big John's straight still good.
Oh shit! You call it, they give it to you.
You check, Harry?
You should have said
No,
enough clubs.
actually, I
You
didn't
didn't check.
I didn't forget he was even in there.
And John's going to fire 1,000 here.
1,000 is the bet.
And Harry with trips pays it off.
That's right.
And Big John's going to win a $4,600 pot.
That's right. Yes, yes,
Don't say that shit. Slicker, you got me on that one.
You're very welcome.
This is from Harry.
She was praying for you again.
Give me 4, please.
Why? Well, this. Oh.
This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you for another half hour tonight. We're going to have a sit and go
Bet more.
tomorrow on Live at the Bike. I think it's a $5,000 sit and go. So that should be interesting. I think Francisco is basically gotten that ball rolling.
Maybe you're close up that.
So a 4-hour sit and go tomorrow on
Oh,
Live at the Bike.
15, then maybe.
No, 1K is perfect. I promise you.
If you bet 60, he don't call.
Don't be greedy.
You can find me on Twitter at Third Walking, THIRD Walking.
I read Kitty.
And check out my podcast, which is called Third Man Walking. As we see Big John limp here.
Games say do not be greedy in poker, really?
Oh. There's only 2 non-greedy people.
Ace Jack for Harry. And Candy checks.
I just want to win a big tournament.
He put out 4 chips, so
I'm
that's
working
good.
so hard, concentrating tournaments. My goal is win one big one.
You will.
And then,
I told you will. As long as you play more.
yeah, I play.
Harry flops best.
Now you get 22, 16, and 7 if the pot's only gonna be 8 players.
Gutter for Candy.
Oh, it's 20.
No, it's gonna be 20, 13, 7.
Oh, you put 20, 16, 7. You text 20.
Oh, he make mistake. You make mistake when?
Why give me this one?
When you put 20, 16, 7. 20, 13, 7.
20, 13, 7?
But you put 20, 16.
No, you put 22.
She calls after Harry bets.
Oh, that was last year.
So Harry leads out at this.
Put up the difference.
Candy sticks around.
Especially-
And
especially the guy
now
who
she's
wins
open-ended.
150K, that's he can put the difference.
Try to get you in 7.
That was last year, Ryan.
You got my phone number, right?
Harry keeps
40K.
betting.
I saw the message.
Now it's only 40K.
These things are just
20,
like fill out.
13, 7.
Did you
It's
save
only
your
40K.
phone number?
That happened
What?
last year.
I texted you with my number.
Oh, I got it. Waiting live on the bike.
Yeah.
I know you're not on the phone.
We forget.
Yeah, totally.
Candy's certainly at least going to call here. Maybe she's considering
Finally, USA won. Basketball.
a raise. No, just a call. And she whiffs on the river. Ace Jack.
You know what? Who I think
Still
who
way
really
good.
do? Candy.
Top pair on the flop.
Very good.
2 pair on the turn.
Go far. Me and her. Big John, it's very hard to keep with something. No,
And
you're good. You.
Harry
sometimes you-
certainly going to bet here.
Vegas 'cause I can chill out. Here
It's a
it's like-
big bet.
I feel like I gotta
Yeah, you're right.
And gets a quick fold.
go home.
Big blind, Estrado.
1800.
You guys want to do a bump on or something?
I know, it's been a while.
Well, because they
No,
have to change
no,
dealers.
no, no, no.
Yeah,
Why?
You didn't want it.
I don't like it. Well, I mean, I know we have to do it when there's dealer change, but,
there's not going to be a dealer change. So.
okay, I mean, I'd rather not do it, but I'm not gonna say no.
Almost?
I'd rather just play, guys.
All right, so no problem.
I'd rather just play, honestly.
So
Like,
you're, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 55, you're the 50.
We'll just do it when it takes a break.
it's so sensitive. It's okay.
What's up in the chat to Martin? I'm not going to answer your question. I don't think it's a bad question. It's just not really my place.
Nice hat, Harry.
Raise from Big John. Call from Harry. Francisco wakes up with pocket tens
1K more.
1250.
and makes it 1250.
Yes.
Take it rise?
Call from Big John.
Sure.
Not this time. Not this time.
John, go for.
Oh my God!
Oh,
And
Now
Harry
we have
comes
a
along
game.
as well.
Now I have a game.
by the way, you don't have position.
No, I don't need position. I have a card. Nice flop for me, and I win everything.
Ace high flop,
I check.
and Big John takes the lead.
2000. Player bets on.
Flush draw for Harry.
Guys,
He jams.
really?
Boy, this is
Go with that.
became an enormous pot all of a sudden.
Bet
Just a
for me.
flush draw. And he shoves.
Can you be a set?
Should wait for the flop.
I'm not sure what he represents. He called and then called again. I mean, he's representing pocket fours, and that's really about it. Maybe an ace four suited.
You hit us that?
And other than pocket fours,
I didn't think he was gonna.
Big John should not have a lot of really strong hands here either. So ace queen is one of the better hands he's going to turn up with.
I don't want some flush getting there or some straight getting there.
20 trae.
It's a big ass.
O sea, nunca pensé que fuera
It is a big bet.
No quería ver eso. Flop. Sí, yo pensé que me iban a dar 30 otra vez como con ustedes. Y quizás alguno de esos.
You want to draw?
I think you reason this through as Big John. This has to be a call, but man, this is not comfortable at all.
And I got a queen of spades.
I certainly would be taking a few minutes with this.
The thing is, it means you don't want me to call, but then I don't.
I just told you exactly what I want you to do. If you have an ace, I want you to call.
Let's run it out and see where we're at. Or you gotta show yours.
Yeah, run it out if he wants to see. What do you have?
I don't think
John does fold.
Oh. Oh.
Was it good?
Of course not.
Of course I was.
And he would have won a big one.
I can't believe you pulled that hand.
So Harry's big move pays off. Wow.
All right.
Play here.
I think he
Another
wasn't.
10K.
John, you'll see it later,
Another
brother.
10K. No, I won't, 'cause I don't watch
I mean,
it.
I'm putting in 15K. What do you think I have in that spot?
Black pro.
I mean, anything's possible. But you really think I'm gonna get in that much money with a flush draw?
Let's call, maybe.
I guarantee.
I don't think he has ace
Scary,
king,
there's an
because
ace,
I don't
there's a
think he
king,
would
there's a-
chip
somebody
it.
Hey,
with
Big John.
ace
there.
Big John.
You don't want to
You
put
want a
the
bet?
box in-
You had the
Ace
king had
king,
three
but
flop.
it's-
I know.
$110.
On the flop.
You're right. I was gonna argue.
Watch.
I bet he had the best hand.
You know what? He had
I'm
the
on
best
the
hand.
flop.
He had the best hand because he won.
That could have been something like a 25K pot.
Doesn't matter, 'cause
No, I don't take his. I take his.
I take his.
I take him.
How much? 500?
Okay.
Harry makes a
Fine, deal.
wild
And the
bluff with
Don't do it.
just a 10 high flush draw,
Cancel the bet.
We did.
but identifies a spot where John is unlikely to be super strong,
John,
and he's right.
Sammy loves me.
trust me.
Oh, he's telling us who wins the bet.
You're gonna see anyway, just say who won the bet.
You don't have to say what you have, but
No,
you
you don't have
can
to
say
say
who
what
wins
you
the
have.
bet.
So a limp here from Harry.
To me, it doesn't matter, because I'll never remember
I
this.
bet 500 more.
John, I had 10 8 of spades.
So you probably,
Okay,
you probably,
I win.
probably would have hit the
I had
spade.
10 high flows.
Send it.
You ran it out, didn't you?
You know,
Just
you
kidding.
10 8 of spades.
Yeah. Thank you for
Sorry,
your
Sam.
cooperation.
It's okay.
Check with me.
Three-way limp pot here.
I mean,
Francisco with top pair.
There are 2, and there are 3 players.
I thought you were gonna call.
Almost hit it for 10K, I mean, yeah, it's really.
What? And he has said he don't go all in.
Can I
No,
play
I
like
know.
I flubbed it out?
That's the only reason, right?
Check and raise. Check raise the flop.
but 10
Who
8
check?
of spades
Who check?
wins.
It's on
I want
Harry's.
to check
It's a
raise.
lot, I mean, there's a lot of shit.
200.
That's a good all in.
Got these pair. You know what, though? I still have my 10, I don't need the other 20. I'll get that some other day with somebody else.
You know, the good thing between us three stooges here is we can get all our money in at any hand, no matter how fucking weak or
Yeah.
strong the hand is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
but if I was John, I never lay down the
I
hand.
mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I
Yeah,
called
yeah.
1,200 pre-flop with 10-8 if I can spade. It's 3,600 that money.
I had two
And that
tens.
2K
I had
bet.
two
What do you
tens.
do there, Kitty? As tight, as
He called me
wonderful
with
player
10-8.
as you are a winning
I had
player.
two tens.
What do you do
Look at
there?
that fucking
How do you
flop.
flat call 2K and how do you fold the hand? You can't, right? Animal style. You know, you go to In-N-Out, you say, I want my burger animal style.
Big John. Soon he said he had a set, you call right away.
Yeah, but I got outs.
Doesn't matter.
He didn't say you
I
had.
turned a nice card.
You said you have the queen of spades. I put him as a flat draw, for sure.
He's supposed to
We
like
need to
that.
see
Yeah, but I
the,
can't.
just for,
Pocket 4,
The only
ace
thing he
4.
I
has.
hate the question mark.
Of course he don't have ace king. Of course he don't have a
Hey,
set.
you know what? Everybody's knows the damn answer now.
Yeah, after the fucking hand is over. It's the guy that fucking made $500 on the hand.
Well, I was 100%. I called that hand.
You're a fucking beast, bro.
And I went to bed with Brian, and that guy take your hand.
Yeah, very
I
hard
didn't
spot
want Harry to take
for
me
John.
as the best hand, because he knows the kind of shit Harry can pull out of the fucking rabbit hat.
If only because it's
You could've flopped 2 pairs.
such a massive pot for this
You
game.
want to go $1,000 with king deuce?
Checker better.
Pocket 4, ace 4.
Thank you, Sammy.
Pocket four, yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
right, you're right. Ace four, yeah.
All right, you missed
that
the
could
crazy
be.
hand.
That
Pocket
could
4, ace 4. maybe.
I like that animal style.
Well,
I win the
won
bet.
with the ball.
Not flush draw or the ace high flush draw anyway for Kitty.
He made it 200.
Trips for
I called.
Candy.
10-8 of spades, I was the button.
And ace
John made it 200, I called. And he raises
I do
1,000.
tens.
Checks to Candy. Kitty was the pre-flop raiser.
10-8 of spades.
Oh, wow, okay.
She's gonna check call
Go,
here
go, go,
though.
3,600 in the pot. The flop came, I don't know, like ace, king of spades, and then a 4 of diamond. So he bets 2,000, just rip it all day. I told him, bro, I'm like, no, he folded, he had ace queen. I told him I have a set. I say whatever I gotta say to win the pot.
Candy jams
I'm like, bro, you wanna go?
for about 2x pot and nothing for Kitty to do but let
Yeah,
this
I don't know
go.
what else to say, you know?
That's the one reason why.
If I say take 1,000 back, he's gonna
Well, when he
snap
said
off.
that, not an ace and I want you to call, I knew he didn't want me to
If I tell
call.
him to take
Candy's
1,000 back and
huge
call, he's
jam
gonna snap call.
forces the ace high flush draw to
If you have an
fold.
ace, I want you to call. Like that's the best thing you can say, right? If you
No,
have
you
an
don't say
ace,
anything. You're supposed to not say anything.
if you have an ace, please
Yeah,
call.
because no make no sense. If he flap 2 pairs, he is gonna call
You
you.
know what? Now when I sing
If
shit,
he flap 2 pairs, he is gonna call
I
you.
mean, easily he could have flopped 2 pairs.
what am I
there.
supposed to
He
do?
could
now?
have
Ah,
put an ace
what's the
king.
player?
Well, if
Never
he
know.
flap 2 pairs,
And to me, it
he
doesn't
don't win a
matter.
ratio.
John,
matter
John,
what- no
you
matter
raise,
what
he called, he doesn't have his king.
Right.
John, just imagine if you make an amazing call and I fucking get there. Like, how fucked up would that be? You know?
You're right.
So, you know, that's why I hate running it out, because it's just like,
Yeah.
oh my God, then everybody comes, it's like flock of seagulls in the middle of the ocean. They all want to fucking say, like, what a bad bull, but if I got there, you know, on the run out, you'd be like,
Should have seen the flop, the turn.
he either had it set or the flush got there. Wow, great pull, John. John, that was a great pull. Great pull, John. Great pull,
You guys
John.
should not run it.
John, fucking great pull.
You should not run it, right?
Yeah, if he would've got a spade, the whole thing would've.
Harry, happy to be alive right now.
I'm just saying, if a spade came, then everybody, all these jackasses are watching.
That's it.
Top and bottom here for Kitty.
$250.
Nice all in, Harry.
Thank you.
All yours, dude.
And she bets and takes it down.
It is once.
One more club and I can.
And you make the right move, Harry, because too much money in the pot.
Oh my God, yeah. 3,600 debt and 2K 5,600.
Blinds here tonight are 5-5 with a $50 big blind ante. And we've mostly been playing with a $50 straddle.
I bet 2K just trying to get.
I don't want to see a
Fucking snap. I mean, it's all in. I'm like, oh.
Not even think about it. Like, snap.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the way you played
What
it,
happened
just,
with her
I mean,
then?
That's pretty scary though. It's a 3-bet
Oh,
pot.
you're
There's
right.
an ace there.
Oh, okay, two more
She
in.
missed the blind.
That wasn't good all in.
Taking a breather and just enjoying the scenery. 50 to go.
And the story.
Who's
Yeah.
favored in this American League National League? I wonder.
Candy picks up kings here.
Shit. Respect. Me and you. Respect.
Okay, let's go.
You don't approve? This is a good app for Harry.
Kitty's had enough of Harry's nonsense.
why don't you sit outside?
And Candy's going to win this one without a fight.
Apparently not.
Am I slowly working my way after shitless?
Alright, yeah.
Hot to you in here? No, you
I'm
probably
okay,
want
I'm
another jacket.
perfect, I'm not,
He's wearing a hoodie. He's definitely
Yeah.
fine.
no, I hate cold.
No, I know. But if it was too hot for you, you would have taken the hoodie off.
Yeah.
You need to move to Death Valley
You
and I'll
should
move to
take your
Alaska.
shirt out. Oh, take your shirt off. And let's see
The only shirt I want off is Ramsey. Ramsey's got a nice body.
oh yeah,
I like Ramsey.
oh, Russell's a very good guy,
Ramsey is a
very good guy.
good guy.
Let-
He's
let-
awesome. Him and Dennis, they're awesome.
Yeah.
200.
I love both of those guys. Who's Sammy raised? Shit.
Raise here from Sammy.
Fools. Mark, thanks, buddy. Hey, Mark, Peter doesn't work here anymore?
551.
He moved back, huh? Prior to
Francisco
COVID, right? He said he
defends.
was leaving. I know, but where did he go? Do you know?
200.
They usually they would have like.
And Sammy's C-bet takes this down.
The bike players. They don't do stuff like that, huh? No, like trays of fruit. Remember we used to have trays of fruit. Something, you
How
know?
much longer is the show, do you think?
How's everybody doing in the chat?
You know what I think we should do, honestly?
Thanks for sticking with us. MB Man,
Like,
Martin,
very small percentage
freaking Elvis,
of the winners,
Natty Wit, thank
not the
you.
winners, the percentage of the people that win.
And then over on
should
Twitch,
donate,
How much longer is
For the
it?
next game
to
or
the
what?
bike, to the live at the bike, where there's
Chat
like
police.
all the
Marvin, could you
extra
bring me a
stuff in the
setup?
room.
Jimmy,
Like 2%. It's not much. What's 2%? You win 10,000.
Yeah,
It's $200.
Like a gen-
Trav G, what's going on?
Well,
Yeah, where it goes for like fruit.
Thanks so
and,
much
you know,
for
like
watching with us here tonight.
just stuff like desserts, you know, like where the show has like.
Be
a
here for
party,
about another 10
you know,
minutes.
Like
well, actually,
2% is not much.
because, well, but a lot of people don't want to like it. But what I think,
Why?
they
Why would
should
they
do-
like it?
Believe me, a lot of people, they don't want to pay nothing.
Then they shouldn't play on the show.
150.
You
Yeah.
benefit from all the action, and then you can't donate 2% of your winnings. I'll donate 2% of my winnings all day long to the show. Not to you, to the show.
I would too, I'd never have to donate.
150.
Like for example, like I'll donate 2% just to have to build a nice frame for Kitty's picture on the wall. Are you
Ray's here
on
from
the
Big
wall?
John.
Really?
The
Oh.
only
Couple of
person
calls.
that wants you.
Are you on the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Harry.
Cloud 4, Intramorph.
4 players.
Somewhere I'm on the wall.
Thank you. Cutting Edge Vids. Yes, the bike's been open for several
But
months
I
now.
got a nice frame already. I want to get you a nice frame. I'm serious. Pink.
280.
And then with neon lights. Flash. We dim the lights, and then we flash Kitty's picture. Yeah.
Brian bets this flop and takes it down.
He's a legend in here. Harry, he have, how many videos do you have?
I probably played
Not
this
many
show.
years,
I've played this show more than any one single person.
Yeah, but he started many years,
Yeah.
many years.
You're old school, right?
Yeah.
From 2000, 2001.
He's so old school, he built the school.
But you don't play old school. Fine. You're old school, you don't play old school. Old school meaning play longer now. But you don't play old school style.
Yeah.
You can bring it over.
He used to play tournament, no, not anymore.
I won
Robin, Big
back-to-back
D,
tournaments.
thanks so much.
Yeah.
Back to back.
Well, that's,
Winning at the green?
I'll just take it as a box and I'll turn to you.
Yeah,
Next
I
match.
think it was like a November, December tournament. I fault.
2.
Kitty raises this one up with King 4 suited.
How's your wine, Sandy?
Aces for Dory.
It's gone. The glass is gone too.
Thank God. Thank you.
Eight.
You're like a magnet. Why do they come?
I don't know.
Are you
She
like YouTube a lot?
re-raises.
Maybe they come and take your stuff purposely. No, they do that purposely. So you ask for a little. You
And Kitty folds.
It's the worst fucking thing.
Martin says, who's the most famous person who's been at the table?
We have more wine, guys.
Mark Goon says, Tim Thomas, Milwaukee Bucks, stretch 4 from the early 2000s. Seth Curry
Brian,
has
say
played
something,
live at the
bro.
bike. Among poker players,
Anything, bro.
Phil Hellmuth,
No, say something.
Doug Polk,
Choir,
Mike Manasau,
him and Big John.
and many, many others.
Choir.
Choir, in the choir, I'm in the choir.
I know you look familiar.
Try,
Are you like trying to like flicker? Hey, you go one more stack, he's gonna have to like really work on it.
They don't care.
Meow, meow.
Raise 175.
Come on, kitty. Come on, kitty, kitty.
You are like over line. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
I'm playing crap. I'm the
Can
best.
you respect the table?
He's
It's
on
a
the
line.
default.
There's a line here, okay?
I'm making a
Grace here from Big John.
poker cove.
175.
You know, the water comes in here and it's like a bay. This is where we put all the boats, restaurant tables. It's like killer shrimp in Marina del Rey, you know? You ever eat there?
No.
3 players.
I love killer shrimp.
What are killer shrimp?
It's a
Jack 7-7, top pair for Big John.
it's a restaurant.
No,
Everything
it's
around
shrimp
shrimp,
that
pasta.
Not much for anybody else.
Sorry. Uh-oh.
He's going to bet and take it down.
You sure dress nice, you know that? You dress so nice.
Oh, thank you.
You dress like,
real shiny.
you know, have you ever watched a show called
That's the word.
Little House on the
That's
Prairie?
what you're looking for, guys.
It's an old show.
A few more hands with you here tonight.
Like the 1930s show.
I'm Charlie
Little
Wilmoth.
House on the Prairie.
Come back tomorrow for
That is not.
Sit and Go. 5K Sit and Go. Hosted, I think you could say, by Francisco.
European, you know.
It's not European, stop it. I live in Europe. Such a blood. You just won't get her phone number.
Suited ace for Brian.
He already has my number.
On the show, you have to go. On the show. what do we want on the flop? 4, 4, 6, 6.
Yeah, that'll be good.
400.
Harry, Francisco,
Don't get
all
excited.
limping.
I didn't mean 4, 6, 6. What do you pocket 6?
I just found this one.
Sammy just calls the pocket tens.
How much is that?
4.
Hey.
Be a man. Be a man.
I think Sammy raised actually.
Don't be a chicken.
I can't raise, I guess that's an option.
That one is like, the man is
It'd be pretty surprising to me if it was Big John who raised, but I guess we're at that point in the evening.
Who's on?
Sammy, I'm gonna fold this hand for you, buddy. Fold, fold, fold. I'll show you, I'll show you.
I think I'm better.
I call.
Yeah, I think Sammy raised.
I would never fold this.
I think pocket fives can be a call there. But we're gonna go 4 ways to a flop. 3 callers, 4 ways. Queen, Queen, Jack. Francisco takes the lead.
I don't wanna flag.
In the beginning of the show was 70s.
Oh, really?
Now it's Queens.
Yeah.
Call heavy.
I wanted to raise Sammy. My hand doesn't play.
Checks to
well.
Francisco who bets, and everyone lets it go.
29 o'clock.
Yes.
Alright, this is going to be the last hand of the broadcast.
Last hand here tonight.
Aces versus aces.
I think JJ is doing commentary tomorrow night, for those asking about that.
Question mark.
I limped in with a few of those tonight. I limped in with a few of those hands tonight.
There's some talk of getting Jared involved, but I'm not sure if that actually happened. As far as I know, JJ is commentating.
Ay, chingado.
¿Cuánto? Ok, ahí están mis hijos. Ok. Ok.
This was the last hand of the show. I'll keep it.
100.
Francisco raising it up. It's the last hand. Why not?
You owe me money, Francisco. You owe me money.
Martin says, "Are you playing tomorrow, Charlie?" No, I used to grind sit and goes from like 2011 to 2013, but I have not played them at all since then. So I know very little about the format.
Check, right? Oh, okay, so that's a yes.
Candy flop's best here.
Yeah, I thought it was on him.
Do you check?
Yeah.
Now you?
I bet.
Oh, you Are you bet?
Bet is 300. 300?
Well,
Raise 1,200 total.
you owe me money.
Raise from Candy.
The show's over, sir.
Oh, my. And now I did.
And Francisco lets bottom pair go. So I think that's going to be it for us here on Live at the Bike. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow for some sit and go action and some higher stakes games later in the week. I'm Charlie Wilmoth. Thank you so much for watching.
We're playing 5-5, 15, straddle.
Yeah,
No.
The $5 doesn't make any sense. Make people all complete.
5 seconds.
Oh, you gotta play with small cards? Oh my god.
Yeah,
I know, doesn't it?
I know, we can
It's a
still play
bummer,
with big
huh?
cards. Then I'm gonna go small, deal me up. Ken, hold on.
You done?
No, no, no.